Shalom. So, um, I decided needed to stream to have um, some degree of closure and discussion. I don't know if people want to join. Um, the link is in the description. In the chat. Before there's just a few things I want to say before I let people on, and maybe say a few songs. Um, I don't consider myself part of this little corner. There's a reason for that. Um, I think it fails to properly define itself as a community that's capable of um, having norms, making norms. So, in psychotherapy regarding groups, we talk about groups forming, norming, storming, and performing. Right? This is a common refrain. Right? In order to form in a group, right? You start with getting to know each other. Then you have some storming, which is a normal part of that. You start developing norms, and then eventually that group um, starts performing. And this includes support groups. This includes therapeutic groups, and frankly, it includes working groups, right? Um, and that has been my hope for whatever this is that we are doing. Um, I think the Jordan Peterson sphere has, and I use that term because Father Eric uses that term. And I think Father Eric better comprehends what we need to do. Um, hey, Jason, hey, Garth. Than, frankly, other people. And I think he's probably the person I would consider the best leader um, in, and he's the one who suggested the name the Jordan Peterson sphere. I don't like to address people by name, but obviously the presence of Mark D. Parker is one of those things which caused me to be like, sorry, out of here. Um, and if you listen to the video that he um, released with Rod Hare, um, I think it becomes very, very clear why somebody like that should be excluded, must be excluded, must be excluded. Um, and since he isn't and he won't be, right? Now, people have claimed that they have a problem with me because I'm supposedly too political. Um, I believe, like Paul Vanderglay says, politics is now and religion is always. Um, Politics is weather and religion is climate. Um, Rod is an incredibly wise person who I speak with as much as I get a chance to, which has only been a couple of times. And he's an incredible person in many ways, including the work that he does, the charitable work that he does. And frankly, I would say the theological, psychological, then political, right? And frankly, I think we have to address all three of those with, excuse me, with proper hierarchy. And to some extent, I don't think we are, which is a problem. Now, ultimately, this stream is because I want to convince people who have been following along that there is a need for action, that the right thing to do is to not allow the work. Here, I will read. So there have been several indications, things that have made me feel like we have a lot of hope. One of them was actually Dawn shared a video by the Kifness, and I posted on so you may not be aware, but YouTube does have a posts function where you can post messages, and I do use it every once in a while. I posted this earlier today. I hope and pray that the death of the martyr Charlie Kirk, may the Lord avenge his blood, will be the turning point in our politics that his life helped bring forward. This video is an indication that our hope is not lost. Precious in the eyes of the Lord is the death of his pious. That's a quote from Psalms. What others thought for evil, he will account for the good. And frankly, I have to say, I have seen several indications that what others thought for evil is, in fact, having a silver lining for this nation. I actually saw a apparently prominent groyper say that it has made him realize that he was a bad person for the things that he said against Charlie Kirk. That's beautiful. I saw some people who I had hoped would know better reacting in anger. And I have to say, they killed, and yes, the Democrats are very, very mad about ambiguous they. Let me name names. The New York Times killed Charlie Kirk. MSNBC killed Charlie Kirk. The Squad faction of the Democrats killed Charlie Kirk. And frankly, I have to say, Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer were definitely not being responsible people. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. We have to be able to recognize the evil that exists which is the Democratic Party, and we have to be able to crush it. And we must, in fact, defeat this evil. But the most hideous psyop that they have been playing on us is this false dichotomy where we either don't do anything or we get violent, which is a lose-lose proposition. They are treating us like children, as if they give us a choice. Hey, do you want to go to school or do you want to do your homework? And like children, we choose between the two of them. Guess what? We're not children. They killed Charlie Kirk because he was effective. Because they are losing. And one of the things that we have to be strong enough and understand enough is not to allow them to provoke us into any sort of overreaction. That's obvious. They killed Charlie Kirk, but they cannot kill Charlie Kirk's ideas. And I sincerely believe they killed Charlie Kirk and not, for example, Nick Fuentes. Because Charlie Kirk was the centrist. He's the type of person that Ezra Klein had no choice but to say he was doing politics right. Because their absolutely ridiculous assertions about Charlie Kirk were obviously, and I have to say, listening to the New York Times podcast, The Daily, was enraging on a level that was, I don't know why I can be outraged at anything that the New York Times does. But no matter how low my opinion of them is, it only gets worse. No matter how much. And anybody who's been paying attention realizes that the people who are celebrating violence are the Democrats. It is absolutely incontrovertible that the Democratic Party has no proper place in our politics. And we have to work towards that. Now, I have the only solution that I personally can contribute to, which is Fountain of Comfort, because I believe that a large part of this problem is mental health issues. And it is a demonstrable fact. You can look up the studies. Democrats have mental health issues. What? Of course they will. When you are standing in such cognitive dissonance, in such misery, as the Democrats are, and you are incapable of actually changing for the better, of course you're going to be depressed and anxious. And we see how they are causing that. So my personal part in helping move us forward is working towards better mental health. And frankly, that has to start by reforming our mental health system so that when we hear somebody has a prescription for antidepressants, we don't think, oh, now this person is more dangerous. We realize this person is under the care of a competent doctor who is making sure that this is that this person is being taken care of. Yeah, I realize that. By the way, Young God, would love to have you join the stream. Um, and you are absolutely right that that is how the argument would go, which is why I think um, we have to address the mental health issue without necessarily requiring all the Democrats. I mean, it would be easiest if we could just require all registered Democrats to have therapy by, well, your old lady, who's not that old, um, should be well taken care of, and you should not wake her when she is trying to sleep. Um, it would be easiest if we could just require all registered Democrats, anybody who voted for Kamala Harris, to have a mental health evaluation. Um, but that's not a way forward. Um, uh, this event is clearly red pilling a lot of people, and we should definitely try to help those people being red pilled by this moment. Um, I mean, Blue Sky had to, which is the far left wing social network. It's basically like Gab for the left, right? Um, they they had to issue a a warning to their users to stop celebrating death. Um, Ilhan Omar's was on, I guess, Mehdi Hassan's. Like these people, she was saying absolutely horrible things. The Democrats are horrible people. I think it's necessary to realize that. You know, I do want to start this with a prayer and with Psalms, and I will. Um, but as I was thinking about what we would pray for, I thought the obvious choice is to pray that the Democrats learn to do what Deuteronomy 30 tells us to do, which is to choose life. You cannot be a Christian and support, and frankly, I don't think you can be an Orthodox Jew and support the death cult that is the Democratic Party. That has been clear for many, many years. It is clear today. And if, I mean, I don't even understand what the counter argument to that is. Unfortunately, yesterday, I saw on YouTube that the CRCNA is um, the CRCNA is was streaming a prayer vigil, and I thought, oh, this must be a reaction to the assassination. No, it was previously scheduled, and it was a prayer vigil for immigrants because all the woke left bullshit. Um, we have to move forward from this. I'm going to. I want to play. I want to play this clip from Rabbi Mintz, who is one of the Chabad rabbis here in Los Angeles. Um, he used to have a radio show I listened to. I think I've maybe met him once or twice in real life, but he's one of the um, senior rabbis in Chabad here in Los Angeles and a very well known figure. Um, and then we can maybe say some psalms, but people have already joined. So
Charlie Kirk was the Abraham of our times. I know that people are going to say, Abraham, yes. What did Abraham do? He was one individual in a world where they were throwing their children into volcanoes, and he challenged everybody, come to my tent. Let's talk. Judaism began on ideas. Judaism began on education. The whole world's religions, the basic religions, all came from conversation in a tent. Charlie Kirk never got angry at anybody. Abraham never got angry at anybody. Look what Abraham built. Now look at these 3,000 people. You just killed their main guy. You see rioting in the streets? Do you see anybody going across America saying, we're going to go, no justice, no peace? No. You know what they're all doing? They're all talking about, how can we make America better? How can we become better? And that is the threat to the other side. Charlie.
I obviously couldn't put it better than Rabbi Mintz did. Um, and the last thing I'm going to say is I chose some imprecatory psalms to say. And the reason is because, unfortunately, around here, we have a lot of people who tear verses out of their Bible. And for me, those verses which people avoid most um, are the ones that we need to we need to actually pay attention to and and recite. So before I do, Kirk, Andrew, did you have anything that needed to be said?
I was actually going to ask if I could recite a prayer on stream real quick.
Sure.
Okay. Our Father who art in heaven, please prevent future acts of senseless violence, and please may the souls of both Charlie Kirk himself and of his family members and friends live on in peace, and the souls of other victims of senseless violence live on in peace. Amen.
Amen. I will add, please turn all of our hearts towards towards choosing life as you have commanded us, and please, and we know we have faith. I have faith that you will avenge his blood as you have the blood of all the martyrs. Andrew.
I mean, kind of broad question. Like, I've I hardly ever heard of whatever Charlie Kirk before his untimely death.
Really, I'm surprised. You're
I knew he founded
terminally
Turning
online.
Point. Yeah, I mean, I don't,
You're
my
not
whole
terminally
prove
online.
me wrong, debate me, bro.
Yeah,
Thing
debate
kind of
bro.
ended in high
Yeah,
school.
yeah. I mean, he was debate bro. He was also a very faithful Christian. By the way, I bought you a Be a Pharisee
Perfect.
Stephen
Yeah,
DeYoung t-shirt. So
I got some stuff too. We should meet up sometime.
Yeah. So anybody who needs their Lords of Spirits swag, Be a Pharisee shirts are out. Of course, I bought the ones without the picture of Paul on them, but um, There are also ones with pictures of Paul on them, which I'm guessing might be more popular than the ones I got. Uh, okay. Let's do some salmon as we do here. For the leader, Maskil of David. So yes, there are all kinds of. It's not clear what maskil means, but maskil does mean something that enlightens, um, that helps you understand. When Doeg the Edomite came and informed Saul, telling him David came to Ahimelech's house. Why do you boast of your evil, brave fellow? God's faithfulness never ceases. Your tongue devises mischief like a sharpened razor that works treacherously. You prefer evil to good, the lie to speaking truthfully. Selah. You love all pernicious words, treacherous speech. So God will tear you down for good, will break you and pluck you from your tent, and root you out of the land of the living. Selah. The righteous, seeing it, will be awestruck. They will jibe at you. Okay. I guess Yischaku is what they're translating. Um, okay, Alav Yischaku. Okay, saying, um, here was a fellow, he did not make God his refuge, but trusted in his great wealth, relied upon his mischief. But I am like a thriving olive tree in God's house. I trust in the faithfulness of God forever and ever. I praise you forever, for you have acted. I declare that your name is good in the presence of your faithful ones. For the leader, a Mahalat. Mahalat probably refers to some form of instrument. Mahol is definitely an instrument. Which instrument is not clear. A maskil of David. The scoundrels think God does not care. Mortals, wrongdoing is corrupt and loathsome. No one does good. And by the way, Ein Oseh Tov does not mean that it's not possible for people to do good. It means that nobody's actually doing it when they could be. That's very clear in Hebrew. God looks down from heaven on humankind to find someone with understanding, someone mindful of God. Everyone is dross, altogether foul. There is no one who does good, not even one. Are they so witless, those evildoers who devour my people as they devour food and do not invoke God? They will be seized with fright. Never was there such a fright. For God has scattered the bones of your besiegers. You have put them to shame, for God has rejected them. Oh, that the deliverance of Israel might come from Zion. When God restores the fortunes of this covenanted people, Jacob will exalt, Israel will rejoice. Yagel Yaakov Yismach Israel. For the leader with instrumental music and maskil of David, when the Ziphites came and told Saul, no, David is hiding among us. O God, deliver me by your name, by your power, vindicate me. O God, hear my prayer, give ear to the words of my mouth. Welcome, Lance. For strangers have risen against me, and those who are ruthless seek my life. They are unmindful of God, Selah. So see, God is my helper, my sovereign is my support. God will repay the evil of my watchful foes. By your faithfulness, destroy them. Then I will offer you a free will sacrifice. I will praise your name, Eternal One, for it is good. For it has saved me from my foes, and let me gaze triumphant upon my enemies. Let's do one more. For the leader with instrumental music and maskil of David. Give ear, O God, to my prayer. Do not ignore my plea. Pay heed to me and answer me. I am tossed about, complaining and moaning at the clamor of the enemy because of the oppression of the wicked. For they bring evil upon me and furiously harass me. My heart is convulsed within me. Terrors of death assail me. Fear and trembling invade me. I am clothed with horror. I said, oh, that I had the wings of a dove. I would fly away and find rest. Surely I would flee afar off. I would lodge in the wilderness, Selah. I would soon find me a refuge from the sweeping wind, from the tempest. O my sovereign, confound their speech, confuse it, for I see lawlessness and strife in the city. Day and night they make their rounds on its walls. Evil and mischief are inside it. Malice is within it. Fraud and deceit never leave its square. It is not an enemy who reviles me. I could bear that. It is not my foe who boasts against me, for then I could hide. But it is you, my equal, my companion, my friend. Sweet was our fellowship. We walked together in God's house. Let God incite death against them. May they go down alive into Sheol. For where they dwell, their evil is. As for me, I call to God. God will deliver me. Evening, morning, and noon, I complain and moan, and my voice is heard. God redeems me unharmed from the battle against me. It is as though many are on my side. God, who has reigned from the first, who will have no successor, hears and humbles those who show no reverence. Selah. My companion caused harm to allies and broke a pact. With talk smoother than butter, yet with a mind set on war, with words that were softer than oil, yet in fact were drawn swords. Cast your burden on God, and you will be sustained. The righteous will never be allowed to collapse. For you, O God, will bring them down to the nethermost pit. Those treacherous murderers, they shall not live out half their days, but I trust in you. Va'ani evtach bach, which is a famous song that I very much like. How you doing, Lance?
Doing okay, Jacob.
What do you want to talk about?
Well, I just saw you were on. I saw the title. I was a little late getting in. I don't want to interrupt your psalm reading.
I mean, I decided to start with psalm reading because I think people of faith need to demonstrate that at all times. And unfortunately, I am seeing a little bit of people who don't have as much faith as I would hope they do. But now I'm wondering who 1 through 7 are. But honestly, I mean, there was so much to talk about. I did do a bit of monologuing at the beginning. what the only thing that has shocked me so far has been the New York Times. I was actually going to show this here. So, this is the YouTube page for the episode of the New York Times, The Daily, talking about, it's titled The Assassination of Charlie Kirk. I was shocked when I listened to it, and do not let the only 1,000 likes and 59,000 views mislead you. The Daily is broadcast on radios all over the place, and it may be the most popular single podcast, certainly news podcast. I mean, I don't have the rankings, but it certainly was, and I think it continues to be. The comments are absolutely disgusting. And why? I mean, even on YouTube, the comments are absolutely disgusting. To the point where some of them have replies saying this is disgusting with a lot of likes, right? The content was shocking. Absolutely, just completely. They didn't come out and say it, but they almost did. They were triumphant.
Mm-hmm.
Did you listen to that to the Daily?
No, God no. God no, Jacob. I've never. If you're asking me if I've spent 1 second, God, see, you can go out into the wild and suffer the fools and listen to that. It's good. It's good to do homework, right?
Yeah.
And I do expose myself to certain things, and then certain things are rammed down your throat just because you live in where we live.
Yeah.
But no, I have not listened to it.
Well, okay. I have to say, the Daily is one of the things that I do listen to, because I do have hope that the Democrats will come to their senses, that the New York Times will come to its senses. I pray for it. And sometimes there are glimmers of hope. This was not one of those times. The entire thing was a smear, from beginning to end. They included such things as saying, his Trumpism was in conflict with his Christianity, as opposed to a result of his Christianity. They smeared him over and over in every single way possible, calling him controversial, things they would never, ever, ever do if the shoe was on the other foot, of course. But the shocking part was at the end, where they said, yeah, he was an irreplaceable voice on the right and for MAGA, and he was basically, I mean, they explained how, of course there are no riots. I mean, this is ridiculous. The entire idea that the actual right, I'm not talking about the woke right, that the actual right is going to be provoked.
But I'll stop you right there. Even the woke right is not out rioting, right? So a man
some of them are happy.
A criminal overdoses on a street, and we have violent protest that causes $2 billion worth of damages. Police stations were bombed out. Hundreds of Americans died in the streets. And a godly man and a good man is assassinated. And everyone's worried about, oh, we're on a tipping point. No, we aren't. That's not who we are. The reason is we're predominantly Christian. And I'm sorry, the libertarians, and I would throw the Joe Rogans and the RFK Juniors and the Tulsi Gabbards and the MAGA people and everything else. We are good and decent people. And we want a good and decent America. The thing that I think that has been really good, I think some people, my boys are 20 somethings. Okay. So my son called me, I was driving home and we spent a good chunk of time talking about this. So, and I have not ever been on TikTok. I'm not going to download TikTok, but they are on TikTok and everything else. So he was of an age group where Charlie Kirk is very well known by young people. His reach is massive. He started out grassroots in 2012. He started out on campuses. He's a self-made guy, and his reach was wide. He also was winsome. Like we talk about winsome, he was winsome. That's why he was so good, because he was extremely talented. And Charlie Kirk had built up an operation that had 1,000 employees, the best tech apps, everything that there is. It's $100 million a year operation generally, but during election cycles, these guys raise even more than that. They win elections in swing states. They have figured it out. The rhinos hate him. They hate him. Mitch McConnell, because he has turned what they developed there in their movement was more powerful than the Republican National Party, because it's been overthrown. We still have too many of those people. We have problems on our own side. But this was massive. This was someone who would have shaped populist politics, because he started out as a Tea Party guy for generations and had a massive, massive, massive influence. And because Charlie was such a decent guy and who he was, this rises to a level, and I'm going to say something like this, and I don't think certain people will get this. This is like a Medgar Evers. This is like a RFK Jr. This is like an MLK in certain respects. He have a massive influence, and particularly amongst younger Gen Z men. And so this is interesting. One of the things, I don't know what your title was, Defeating Political Extremists. My wife and I had a very interesting conversation. Her mom is one of those raging boomers who watches MSNBC and is completely unhinged. She barely disguises her hatred. We have a don't ask, don't tell towards me and others. And she went off in a rage-filled, explicative tirade, said the most unspeakable things about me and my sons in my home when she was visiting, basically 4 months before the election. Because she said, "You're not going to vote for Trump." I said, "I'm voting for Trump." I said, "I'll crawl through broken glass to vote for Trump." And I shouldn't have said it. I know. See, here's the thing. We have to tiptoe around. It's the 30% that Matthias Desmetz talk about. We have to tiptoe around all these people in our lives because us, right? We're trying to make peace. But let me finish this. I want to finish this.
Give me 2 seconds. You see this shirt? When I went to walk my dog today, I remembered I had it on and I wore something to cover it.
And so I'm even talking about the people in our lives. This is what's just emblematic of it. Her cousin and her best friend, her entire life, they were tight, like they were tight. She broke off all relations from her in 2016 when she found out she voted for Trump. She literally, her family, her best friend, her warrior, like her go-to person. And so we have made the decision. So I took the high road while she was spewing hatred at me. I let it fly. I walked in. My wife was getting ready and said, I am so sorry. I said the T word and your mom has just lost her mind. Right. So I knew I had to go back. So I went back out and I apologized. I just said, hey, for the sake of the family, I will never talk about politics again. She proceeded to have to, for 5 minutes, in an explicative, just that psycho rage face, she had to still spew hatred at me. And when she is done, I said, it's important for me that I said, that's fine. I took it. I just took it. And I said, I promise that we'll never talk about politics again. I didn't push back at all. And my wife was furious, but I'm like, we just need to let this go because it's cult behavior, right? When you realize you're dealing with people that are cult behavior. So that's how we understand. And then we have other people in our lives that we're tiptoeing around. And here's the shift. I'm just going to tell you the shift in me. And I've actually had a couple of other friends that I've talking about it, which is this. We're no longer going to tiptoe around those people in our lives anymore. I'm sorry. We do not have to put up with your unhinged personalities anymore, right? We don't have to all be silent while you spew. We don't touch these other sorts of things. Now, with my mother-in-law, we have made the decision, and it's up to my wife if she wants to but as long as my wife wants to be in relationship with her, I will take whatever it takes just because that's family, right? Those are parents. And it's not my parent. So if that were my family, I have put up healthy boundaries. I wouldn't put up with the crap, but it's not my mom and dad and so on and so forth. So at any rate, people and the unmasking the thing is the unmasking of people. This is really good. We need to keep moving the Overton window because normies who want to turn a blind eye, they also want to say, oh, we need to move on. Like we all just need to forgive and it's both sides and let's start talking about other things, whatever. No. We're done with all of this, right? They tried to murder and shoot up a bunch of Republicans, right after Trump won the first time, right? And people don't know his name, right? They're trying to assassinate Trump. We have this assassination of Charlie Kirk. We have people who you can go into a blue city, and if you wear that Trump thing, we know we can be physically accosted, harassed. You can't put Trump stuff on your car or it'll get destroyed. I mean, just think about this stuff. We are tiptoeing around the mentally ill.
That's not worry. If I walk my dog wearing this, my car's going to get keyed.
Yeah, we're not doing that anymore. And so I've already talked to my wife about this, and there were a few people in our lives that we put up with this or whatever, to where we don't say anything and whatever. We've just kind of finally said, hey, if we're in conversation again and they're spewing that crap, we're going to speak up and say, you know what? I just really don't agree with you. Not in a mean way, not in an argument. And just like, yeah, we're not in the same way that we have plenty of other things to talk about. We aren't bringing up your views. If you can't stop being like that, then we really don't want to be around you.
Yeah.
Like it's time for taboo. It's time for taboos in society. It's time for them to live in the shame of the awful people that they are. That's not unchristian, guys. It is not unchristian. You have to love your enemies. You have to pray for your enemies. And I have a deep sense of sadness. What my wife and I have talked about as it relates to her, like my wife is so angry at this news and the spirit and what they've done to people to put them on this unhinged, because she's lost her mom. Like she's literally lost her mom. It's really sad. And I feel sorry for these young women who have been, particularly, that's really what you look at, they've been swept up into this, right? Most of the TikTok videos and everything else you see, a vast majority of them are women. They've got the same glasses. They've got the same, we know who they are. They're the scolds that we saw on the floors of the CRC. And we all know who they are, right? No more. Like we don't have to tiptoe around these people. And what we do, because we are decent, is we don't bring up we let them do their thing, right? And we don't do that. I think you're going to see the shift. And like Matthias Desmet talks about, is what happens is that 30% and when he talks about the psychology of totalitarianism, and he talks about the mass formation psychosis, is usually it's a small percentage, but there's another large percentage that actually, because of the power of that ideology, they either A, don't want to say anything because they don't want to be kicked out and be outcasts, or B, it's so loud that they think that must be true and they're kind of in there. But there's what finally tips things away from that is when the so-called moderates who claim they're not the unhinged people finally step up and say, full-throated, that's why I say, how does this end? How does this mass formation psychosis end? It's when the moderate Democrats actually look at their own party and the sources of news that they're looking at, that they realize all of these hoaxes and lies and heightened rhetoric and all of the crap, and they basically say, no more. No more. You don't tune into those sources anymore. You don't put up, you actually, and a lot of the situation is these so-called moderates, which your kids who are unhinged, right? Speak to that, whatever it is. If you've lost your son or daughter or whatever it is, the point is it will come down to the so-called moderate left to get to the point that until they stick up and take over their own party, like we were trying to do over here on the Republic, until they decide to take it over. But if they want to move a blind side, and it's both sides and yada, 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 and we have these Democratic politicians that immediately, well, it's Trump's fault, it's Trump. So here's the deal, the scapegoat's going to be gone in 3 years. There will be the other scapegoat, and trust me, it's Vance. There's always the scapegoat.
Whoever
They're going to
it is.
stop.
That was the one thing, the one reason that I was for DeSantis, although, when they started going after Trump the way they did, even I was like, no, it has to be Trump. And when he was convicted of those felonies, I was like, no, it has to be Trump. But the reason I was for DeSantis was because I knew, like anyone who's been paying attention to politics as long as the two of us does, that DeSantis, as soon as he became the Republican nominee, was going to become worse than Hitler and worse than Trump. Right? Because they did that with Mitt Romney. They did that with John McCain.
We're all Hitlers. They called a rally in the last week of the election at Madison Square Garden, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, NBC, CBS. They literally likened it to the Nazi rally in New York. Punch a Nazi. Yeah. Hitler. So this demagoguery to act as it, again, is Trump's fault. Well, it's clearly going to be Vance's fault. He is good. He's going to win the nomination. He's going to
be worse than Trump. It doesn't matter who the Republicans run. Whoever it is worse than Hitler.
Because they called Charlie Kirk, again, what Charlie Kirk was doing, and I would encourage people, and again, I'm not shutting up anymore. I'm just not. Like, I was the first guy, like that's the same reason why I put my real name everywhere. And the reason why I did it, and it started after you couldn't say Trump's name in 2016, I'm like, F it. If I get doxxed or debanked or someone wants to commit violence against me, I don't give a crap because I'm going to use my real name and I'm going to say the things that I need to say. And Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Now, Van Jones, 2 days before he's assassinated, was basically saying, when we were talking about the black man who murdered the woman on the public transit, he was talking about Charlie Kirk's fomenting hate. And they were calling Charlie Kirk is all this hate speech. They have demagogued a winsome. Charlie would have loved the TLC, and the people in the TLC would have loved Charlie. He just has a good nature about him, and he actually likes to talk about theological things and so on and so forth. And so a winsome, godly, and everyone, the reason why this hit people, he was truly powerful, but he was humble and he was grounded.
That's
And
why they actually believe that killing him, and that's what the New York Times was saying, look, killing him was the right move. That's the New York Times actually. I mean, I don't understand how you can listen to that podcast and not come to that thing, was because he was irreplaceable. Well, first of all, I have to say, it seems irreplaceable to them because they actually don't know how deep our bench is, and the fact that we actually, raise our children and raise people to be what they cannot be, which is people who actually know the issues and can debate, right? I do want to play this one video, though, because like Kalanimus said, I'm shocked at the reach he had. Random yeshivish and Hasidish guys I know were really upset by his murder. So this video just absolutely floored me. This is a Daf Yomi shiur, meaning that, very religious Jews read one Talmud page every day. If they follow along, there's a daily Talmud cycle, and this is what, and many rabbis have a daily shiur lesson on that day's Talmud, and this rabbi who has a regular Talmud shiur decided to talk about Charlie Kirk today. So I just wanted to play.
A terrible thing happened to Klal Yisrael. I saw my wife crying last night, and I'm sure millions of people are crying. Charlie Kirk was killed yesterday, and the reason I'm bringing him up because I believe he's Chassidei Umas Ha'olam. He stuck up for Yidden She'en Kamayu. He stuck up for Yisrael. He stuck up for the truth. And if we live in a generation where people are getting killed because they love Jews, it's a terrible thing for Klal Yisrael, and we need to do tshuva. It's not the first time it's crazy that they're killing people and their assassination attempts one after another, and in front of the embassy, and it's Noirvayim, and it's not a good time. It's really not a good time for Klal Yisrael, and I really believe he's a Chassid from the righteous of the nations, this person, Bemis. So we have to do tshuva.
So the one thing that he said that people might not understand, he said we have to do teshuvah, we have to repent, which obviously is a the lesson that you take about any tragedy is that we have to repent and we have to decide how we change our lives. And I hope for at least some people that repentance includes no longer allowing themselves to do this both sides thing or I don't care thing. We have to be able to distinguish between evil and good. And if you have trouble distinguishing between evil and good, which apparently a lot of people do, I recommend going to the YouTube channel of the New York Times podcast and seeing the horrible things that all these people said, right? So I don't know Rivnit's Hasidus, but I'm guessing it's a Hasidic group. But yeah, I mean he certainly touched people, and frankly, I think a lot of people don't realize how much he was doing groundwork. He really was doing groundwork. It was and really touching people in a very real way, and I am sure that I know that he was developing a stable of other speakers. So look, obviously,
he absolutely has.
I am sad he died, but I don't think it could be any more clear that doing so was a huge mistake. Huge mistake. They have only made him so much stronger. I mean, this is the Star Wars, killing Yoda moment. And the fact that they are celebrating is to their own destruction. It really is.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing that people are getting wrong. What Charlie has inspired people to do is that the thing is, and I shared something Walter Kern shared, which is, and this is, I spent some time, I said the Jesus prayer last night. I spent some time in prayer. The key is to emulate him. He did things in a godly manner, right? He squarely spoke out against the confusion that the trans movement is pushing on young women. He would speak against these things, against gender reassignments. Like, he would just speak plainly. Like, it is Christian to speak plainly to people about delusions, right? It is Christian to do that. Now, but doing that, Charlie he never did it in a demeaning way. He said over and over and over, the reason why he continued to have those conversations is he believes that a country that would not be willing to talk with one another would ultimately result in the violence and civil war, right? Now, Charlie again, he has 1,000 people working for him at the Turning Point Action, which has the various entities. He was so busy, he had like 5 full-time jobs, that he pretty much, with respect to Turning Point Action, all the daily operations, it was being run by his proteges and the people that he had there. They're good. They know what to do. They have a leader that emulated for them how to be and how they should be. Now, you can't Charlie had built up relationships and trust across a broad spectrum of race, creeds, everything. He had built, and that's not easy to replicate. Also, Charlie could call anyone and he could make things move. He could go to Don Jr. and say, Vance is good. He is truly an American first guy. He is a populist, right? You can trust him. And ultimately, I think one of the best decisions Trump has made in this, RFK Jr., I can go on and on. Like, he made a lot of, Marco Rubio, he's made a lot of amazing decisions in a very talented cabinet, but that Vance one was this. And so that will be missed. But where I figured, where I came out on that was, and I talked to my son about it. He's going to do the same thing. And I told him to talk to my friends. I downloaded the Turning Point Action app. It's incredible. Like, it tells you, hey, you can go knock on these doors. You can go make these calls. And it ramps up around election season. But these are people they know that have a propensity that would vote for would vote for, the candidates we'd want. And you just need to try and hopefully get that person to vote. It's a low propensity voter that they know is a targeted voter. So you're not going knocking on the door of a wacko who's going to shoot you because you say the name Trump. I mean, you have to be careful with these. Like, my wife said, you're not going to do that. I said, Well, it's okay. But my son downloaded the app and he's going to get all his friends to do it. I said, you know how we honor Charlie is we get off our behinds and we get into the game in a positive, godly manner. But I so even as it looks at this, I would just say this in my life. I'm no longer going to allow these people to spew out that stuff. And it happens in various levels. Luckily, no one who reports to me in my office is unhinged like that. I would fire them, like, immediately. No, seriously. You can't have that person. That is not a person you can have in your workplace.
If they are unhinged, if they are politicizing,
if they were a celebrating person, or they had that sort of thing, literally, I will fire that person, because no, we can't have you around. You are an unhinged person, and there needs to be consequences for those sorts of things. And we are an at-will employer, and I'm just where I'm at. Like, I will fire you. Okay, Like if it, like a lot of people are getting fired right now, as they should, right, for championing that. But I've just gotten to the point where, and I'm no longer I'm just not. And so the whole both sidesisms, or if you don't really understand that what happened to Trump with the whole Russia collusion was a million times worse than Watergate, you have no credibility. Be quiet. If you still think there was some sort of insurrection, you have no credibility. You need to sit on the sideline. I don't need to talk to you. I don't hate you, but you just don't add any. You add nothing to the conversation. You're part of the problem, and so whatever. But you really don't. I don't need you spouting off anything. I really don't. Right? The people who actually are aware of the situation, we will move forward. And there are a lot of us. Again, I point out, there is a broad populist coalition that has been built. And I will say another thing. I think a lot of people have been whining and complaining that some things, but are just like, well, I don't like this, I don't like that. There's this big tent that's come together. I just think it is going to energize people who low propensity people to be like, no, okay, we need to get serious about at least taking care of some of these things. And the other thing is, I think there's a broad enough support that Trump should pull the licenses of ABC, CBS, and NBC. They're supposed to have a neutral stance, right? That's part of their broadcasting license. They can pay for it. No, if they should pay for it. They shouldn't get free access. I'm talking about, no, at this point, we're to the point. It's like, you know what? Let's quit playing. No, Jacob, I think you'll get this.
I don't see this happening, and I'm not
the time for playing footsie is up. No, you know what I'm talking about? The only way you respond to these people is through legal, peaceful means. Is actually there are consequences for your actions.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the. I mean, I am 100% behind what he is doing with the universities. I think.
Do you think he should have pulled the public funding, taxpayer funding of PBS?
Oh, after Dobbs, I think that is the greatest accomplishment possible. You do not understand how much this has been a thing for me for years. Like after the repealing of Roe v. Wade, I don't think anything could have been as important as because look, there's a reason why we have all of these boomers who genuinely believe that, for example, January 6th was an armed insurrection. They actually use the word armed.
Right.
Who believe police officers were murdered on January 6th.
Right. The only person who died was a Trump supporter who got shot by a DC cop.
An unarmed protester who was shot. That was the only person who died.
They don't realize that the people were actually welcomed in and allowed to, and they walked like they walked calmly through the rotunda.
Look, I've said this several times in the past day, but I have a very close family member that several times at Shabbat dinner, he has started arguing that Trump was not actually injured in the assassination attempt. He thinks it was.
Well, Joy Reid was just doing that on her podcast last week, as if Corey Compertori didn't die.
A majority, we know that at least a third of Democrats, but I believe by now it's a majority of Democrats are bought into Blue Anon. Blue Anon is real. And Blue Anon is being caused by NPR, by MSNBC, by
ABC, NBC, CBS, Brennan, and all they're all awful.
Bad. They are all awful, but I think there are some. The New York Times, I think some of them are exceptionally bad. And the question becomes, how do you deal with it, right? And you have to deal with it in a way that does not alienate certainly the center, but I don't even want to alienate all of the
it's
people
already
who are
been.
being red pilled.
So here's the deal: the boomers are the only ones who watch are watching those TV
Correct.
news channels.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't think people realize. Like, there are like 48,000 people in the 18 to 39-year-old bracket that would be watching like CNN or something. Like they're not watching it, and so the only people who are watching TV are the boomers, and they're watching their TV box, and they still trust the TV box, and they still trust the New York Times, and they still believe, like, they're listening to the New York Times podcast. Like they have no idea that they're caught up in a propaganda cult machine.
Mm-hmm.
And so they don't have that. The thing is what Charlie did, and by the way, they can't stop this because it already exists. The people the signal is already way bigger for true moderates and for right-leaning people because they do actually interesting podcasts, and they actually talk to people, and they delve into things, and they disagree about things. And if you look at what's going on,
afraid to speak sense,
right?
Being able to have conversations where you're speaking sense, right? As opposed to the wild screeching and name calling and stupidity that is the left.
Now, what is influencing young people on the left, if you would think about this, it is TikTok, right? It are these shorts, it's all of these things. And by the way, I don't pay attention to most of that stuff anyway. There's just as much crap just floating around on the right, whatever in a different way, right? People are just farming for engagement and rage quitting,
yeah.
or whatever
I mean, we
is.
have to go right. We do.
Well, it's everywhere, right? It's the social media milieu, which is like, whatever, right? Even sports stuff, it's like weird. It's like, God dang it,
Yeah.
There's this thing that we're all captured by, but we're not talking about true and real things. And so, but as it relates to the mainstream media or whatever, they're trying to figure out how they can, they're not going to be able to get podcasts that are going to attract anyone with an open mind, because the people, they're already onto the game. Like, if you have an open mind, you don't believe any of the BS.
They are losing the young. This is, and again, I have to say one more time, the reason that they murdered Charlie Kirk was because he was working. He was winning. If he wasn't winning, if what he was doing wasn't working, they wouldn't have murdered him. And so I don't think the proper response is to change tactics when
it won't be.
Yeah.
It won't be. It won't be. And I'm just telling you, the people in Turning Point Action, they need to mourn. Like, right now, they need to mourn. They don't need to need to spend 1 second thinking about what the next step is and everything else. There will be a time for that.
Yeah.
They need to mourn right now. They are devastated at their core. I was so glad to see that they sent Air Force Two with JD and Usha to go pick up his casket with his wife and bring it back to Phoenix. So they will mourn. But I will tell you, this is a doubling down. Like, people are going to double down. Like, and what I mean by is double down on, they're going to keep speaking. They're going to keep doing what they were doing. Again, what Charlie calls out our better angels. He does. For those who aren't blinded by their leftism, you could just see by the outpouring of support, right? And I think the other interesting thing it was pretty shocking. So I follow a lot of college football Twitter or whatever, so the algo feeds that to me, Nebraska fan. But what was shocking was there were a large number of young black athletes who were just, I cannot believe the people who are, because they were getting fed to them, who are celebrating this. That is awful. I want to unfollow me, like just stuff like that. And then the responses were, you don't like Charlie Kirk, do you, or something like that. And some of it was like, yeah, I don't have a problem with him. Or some of it was is like, I don't even know him, but what I'm seeing you doing is awful. Like there's these people that went to the celebration mode. Again, we're moving the Overton window. People are becoming more and more awake. And literally what happened to Charlie is what was supposed to happen to Trump when CNN was broadcasting the only rally they had broadcasted live since he had come back on the campaign trail, or they broadcasted live. They spent some time when he went back to Butler for a little bit. But what happened to Charlie Kirk was supposed to happen to Trump, and it didn't. And, I don't know. Again, this is all this fog of war stuff. So I'm staying at a 40,000 foot level.
They still have a toxic eye, which is shocking.
It was clear. It was clearly whoever did it had very good skills, but it could be one individual with hatred towards Charlie who decided to do this. It absolutely could be this.
It doesn't even matter, though.
But on the other side, it also could be because Charlie Kirk was so powerful and was so influential and it could move the needle and win elections. He's the exact person that if the deep staters want, you would want to take him out.
Yeah. I mean, but it's also a similar thing for why they wanted to cancel Joe Rogan and Tim Pool, because basically we have figures on the moderate left like Rogan or Pool, who I would definitely consider liberal. And one of the reasons they're excommunicated is they have people like Charlie Kirk on their podcast, because the extreme left doesn't want to be confronted with these disagreements and these arguments, and which is why the moderate left has been all but excommunicated from their cult.
Yeah, they've been cut. Like the thing, I'm sorry, they've allowed themselves. I'm not holding back anymore. They have allowed that. They haven't spoke up. Literally, the people I'm pointing at right now are the people that are still supporting leftist stuff and basically haven't said enough is enough, because you're the people that are the ones that can actually shift the power paradigm in such a way that, because these people want they will now, the true believers, we're going to have to deal with the true believers are going to be the true believers, the 30%. Like, we're just going to have to deal with them and in their cognitive dissonance and their issues. But we can't let the screeching, unhinged scolds to be dictating what we do in our society. We no longer need to be afraid. This is an 80-20 issue. And this also, this is very popular within the black community in inner cities. They want good policing and they want safe streets. They want murderers put behind bars and they don't want them let out by cash bail. The only people who think that is a good idea are white liberals who don't live in those areas behind their fences. And then, but here's even the suicidal empathy that Gad Saad's talking about, but what Matthias Desmet talks about, because he talks about a lot about this whole gender reassignment surgery, and how could a mother even think it'd be okay to take their son or their daughter and do this massive life altering thing? And it's like, well, what happens is like, again, like Jordan Peterson says, if you didn't think you'd become a Nazi, like you probably not being honest with yourself, right? Is, they're willing to sacrifice even their own children for the cause.
A lot of them, I mean, Elon Musk signed off on his son becoming transgender. And he said, because I trusted the doctors. And this is a large part of it. We have to recognize, look, I was very against these laws that prohibited gender affirming surgery, because I said, what do you think you're doing? You can't trust these doctors not to do surgery, amputating healthy parts on children. And rather than go, hey, you're not qualified to be a surgeon, you say, no, you can't do this type of surgery anymore. Are you joking? Like, why are you not going to the medical associations? And this is something that Trump has done, which I was so glad to see. He's going after the accreditation, the bodies, right? He's like, no. Hey, Harvard, I want the people who supervise you, and there are people who supervise what you do. You know, years ago when I first took my first class in social work, I put a screenshot of some of my textbooks on Twitter. That it was just so outrageous. And who's supposed to stop that? It's the accreditation bodies. And that's the same thing I say about the doctors. If you cannot trust a doctor to know when to do surgery or not, why are you passing laws about which kinds of surgeries this doctor can do, as opposed to removing their license to practice medicine?
No, hey, you're not going to get any arguments for me. And the thing is like, that's where COVID broke so many people free, and a lot of people, it was when you literally had doctors telling people natural immunity, like one of the most common sense things, like biology 101, like natural immunity was not sufficient, right? Like, and then people, and oh my God, and then you won't transmit
my biggest problem was
COVID.
that we had antibody tests, and it was like, hey, just do an antibody test before you vaccinate anyone. That's standard procedure.
But you had doctors, and also, and here's the dirty little secret: is doctors' offices, particularly a lot of pediatric offices, would go out of business without the vaccine schedule. And we got to quit calling these vaccines, right? Because many of them aren't vaccines, right? And they have lost all credibility. And so, any rate, I just wanted to come on. So in the spirit of Charlie, I'm going to get into action. I'll be winsome in doing it, but also having some conversations around with my family and friends, with the exception of my mother-in-law. We just all decided we have to put up with it, or else we can't be. You need to decide if you're ever going to talk to her again, because if you basically tell her that she can't talk the way she talks, she'll cut you off anyway. So whatever. Yeah, but I'm just not putting up with it anymore. And I'm going to keep pushing the normies who just, we got to move past this. No. No, I'm not, whatever. Like, you can't, you have to tell me to tell people to quit talking about things. So one of the things where you've always gotten a bad rap, Jacob, is you keep bringing up, this is like, guys, this stuff matters. Like, violence is coming. With my family, we had to flee a country. Right? This stuff is really bad. All of the people that came to America away from those countries see what's going on and are like, oh my gosh, this place, what is going on? Or do you people not see what's happening right in front of your eyes? And
what you're describing is the type of thing that I have been doing, really, I hope, for years, which is, it's everybody knows very clearly where I stand. And I will say something, like if someone were to say, January 6th was an insurrection in front of me, I'm going to say, yeah, an insurrection with no guns. Like, come on. But at the same time, I mean, I have to say, there are plenty of people I will not argue unless they want to argue with me. If they want to argue with me, I will continue, and I'll do it calmly. But when they lose their mind, that's actually, see, this is the difference between online and offline. And I think it's a very important difference between online and offline. Offline, if we're in a room and someone says something so stupid that you just don't bother to respond to them, it's quite likely, I mean, you're a lawyer, so if somebody says something about the law that's just so dumb, you just, you don't even bother addressing it, right? I'm guessing all your friends and family who know you're a lawyer realize, okay, this must have been dumb, and that's why you decided not to respond. Online, if someone says something so dumb that you don't respond, they think, and some people in the audience think, oh, well, there's no response to it. And it's like, no. And you can give a knowing look to the other people in the room. Like, okay, this is just too dumb for me to respond. And they will understand that, right? That's not something that happens online. And I think we have to recognize it is absolutely false for people to say Twitter is not real and it doesn't affect anything. I don't know if you heard about what happened in Nepal, which actually is one of the things that made me really excited. Apparently, the Nepalese government has been taken down by a Discord server. But online matters, but offline matters more. And when people see, around the Shabbat table, it's pretty clear who's crazy, right? The one person who's crazy. And in my family, there's only one person who votes Democrat. There's precisely one person in our extended family who votes Democrat. And it's pretty clear. And arguing with him, I tell my nephews to stop arguing with him because there's no point. And frankly, ultimately, their father said no more arguing.
Well, no, and that's actually it. And here's the deal.
Yeah.
Absolutely no arguing. When you understand that you're dealing with a cult member, you're not going to pull them out of the cult with just rational arguments. So the term is like, so that's a fool's errand. It's not going to do that. At the same time, and in not every conversation, but if there are people that I'm around generally or whatever, I'm done playing. I'm literally done playing the game where you get your psychotic views, where you get to temper tantrum and everything else. And no, I'm not doing that anymore. And the difference is we put up with them, but you wear a Trump t-shirt and they would literally want you to never be allowed to come to a family function again if they could do that. And
that's not going to happen in my family.
Right, but you know what I'm talking about, because the stories are there. Like literally, people were not allowed to come to Thanksgiving.
I've heard it, but honestly, I have to thank God, my family. I've told you many times. In Beverly Hills, there was a weekly pro-Trump protest during the entire election season, both in 2020 and in 2024, and it was peopled by the Persian Jewish community because we all saw what was going on. So in a sense, I have to say, I'm kind of part of my, I could name you some, there's a few quasi-famous pro-Trump accounts that are distant relations, right? So, I have to say I'm kind of blessed in that, but it also comes from just, when somebody calls me a racist, it's like, I don't even like. What are you even talking about? You know?
Yeah. Well, you're also xenophobic, misogynistic. You're all the things, Jacob.
It killed me. I was making the mistake. This was years ago on Facebook of arguing with someone about illegal immigration, and this person says the only way you can apply for asylum is to show up illegally, and I just lost it because for 8 months my mom, my sister, and I lived in a hotel room waiting for our application for asylum in the United States to be processed. I have family who still are applying from Iran for visa. Well, they come visit with visitor visas every once in a while, but they want to immigrate to the United States, right? And they're not going to do it illegally because nobody in my family is an illegal immigrant. All of us either received asylum or other ways got a visa, right? And permanent residency and frankly citizenship.
No, and the one thing I push back on, the one thing about that is, America wasn't it wasn't built by immigrants. It actually was built by settlers. People who came, and if you grew up where I grew up on the plains in all four seasons, and the harshness and hardiness and the hard scrabble life that was to go out, that allowed this country to be built, a very different thing. And like you've mentioned, and many other people have mentioned, that's why it's kind of I think it's the funny thing that Democrats were shocked to find out. I live in Houston now, right? Actually, most Latino immigrants do not like illegal immigration. Like it's that they are against it 70% because, again, most of them have done it legally. And they also came here to get away from certain problems, and they don't want those problems coming into their city. They're trying to live and be Americans.
Did you hear what I said about the CRC prayer vigil?
Yes, I got that.
You know what? I guarantee you that there are more immigrants in the CRC who are offended at the equivalency of their situation with illegal immigration than there are who agree with the Karens in the CRC who were the instigator of that that prayer vigil.
And it's just the thing, and I get it, and I know there's the whole family aspect but you know what? When you have some family members that through means of emotional manipulation and force put their church that they claim to be family with so deeply on the brink of just this awful divorce because they wouldn't agree to change to a radical idea that has come up in the last couple of decades, and all of its attenuated things versus the always held beliefs. That when you have a family member that wants to emotionally manipulate you and do that in such an awful way, and to put up with that, and so that no, let them leave. Just let them leave fast. God bless them, right? God bless them. But it's their tantrums. We're done with their tantrums. I was just I gotta get ready to head out. I've got to get early meeting in the morning, but there's a massive number of us, a very sizable portion of this country, which is tired of their tantrums and their unhinged behaviors. And I'm just we're done.
Yep.
We're done.
Yeah.
But emulate Charlie. Do it in a spirit of of good faith and goodwill. Thanks, Jacob.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
No,
Bye.
no, Lance.
Hey, cool kid.
So Kirk, did you just turn 18 or are you about to turn 18?
About to turn 18.
Well, happy birthday. So what are you thinking about all this?
Well, I was actually going to ask if it would be appropriate to recite a Misha Baruch for Charlie. I don't know if there's a halacha about reciting it for a non-Jew.
Well, there's no problem with reciting it for a non-Jew, but like Misha Baraks are usually done at a Torah scroll. I'm not a huge fan of changing that. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, we said some prayers. If we're gonna do any more, I would probably continue reciting Psalms. But yeah.
Well, yeah, I was mostly quiet because I know you and Lance. I know it's a sensitive subject. I didn't want to interrupt most of Lance's points, but I still think I mostly agree with what he was saying. I also think one of the things that have is I am optimistic because I think Charlie's style of like debate, I think, is going to be taken under by another young conservative influencer. I don't know if they will like who will be the next Charlie Kirk, but I think there will be another Charlie Kirk, and I hope they live up to his legacy. I mean, I don't know if you agree with that, but I'm optimistic.
I am optimistic. I do think. Um, I look. I'm going to say it again. They killed him because he was effective. They killed him because he was effective. And um, does that mean that we lost somebody who was a great representative of the future of this nation? To some degree, yes. I mean, I think the comparison to Martin Luther King is very apt because Martin Luther King, obviously not a perfect person, um, and Charlie Kirk was not a perfect person. Let's not turn him into like I do believe he was a martyr, and I do believe God will avenge his blood. Um, but he doesn't need to be perfect. But Martin Luther King was an incredible speaker, an incredible organizer, very effective, and killing him was. I don't think very many people remember. Frankly, I can't. I'm not sure if I remember the name um, of the person who killed him. Um, but the movement was actually strengthened by, and frankly, Jacobin was the only left-wing site news source that I saw with a reasonable take on what happened, which is this is terrible for the left, and they didn't say it out of any love for Charlie Kirk, even though they admitted that Charlie Kirk was in fact the model of civil debate that we need to have. They realized that it is a disaster for them, and the death of Charlie. I mean, there's already conspiracy theories floating. I won't even name the people, but like people who are saying Israel killed Charlie Kirk because this is going to be the used by the Trump administration to silence people who disagreed with Kirk, right? And it's like you have to be pretty crazy to believe that, but it's less crazy than to celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk, because again, I think this is the Yoda moment. He has in a very real sense become part of the Force, and I think a whole generation of people, especially people your age, who really liked Charlie Kirk, or even people who didn't like him so much, but uh, are recoiling in horror to what the Democratic Party and I mean, there was a fight on the floor of the House of Representatives because I believe her name is Representative Hayes. I forget how to say her first name. Objected to praying for I wasn't sure if I remembered his name. I almost said James Earl Jones. But that, like, the Democrats were objecting to praying for Charlie Kirk on the floor of the House of Representatives. And if you don't understand that you are the bad guys, like, I have a lot of faith in America and the rest of Americans that they do recognize that the Democrats are the bad guys. And I think they've lost a generation of young people who will never vote for Democrats because they recognize the evil that the Democrats are.
Exactly. And I think part of it is, I think part of what Charlie symbolized, on top of this symbolization of civil debate, is also this idea of like being an autodidact who knows what you're talking about without having formal credentials, in the sense that Charlie could talk about a lot of subjects related to like theology and politics and history and a lot of humanities, despite having no formal education. And I think that sort of resonates with a lot of young people who I think are disaffected with the education, and especially higher education system, and yet still value like learning. And I think one of the reasons that Charlie was so hated on the left was because he's so articulate despite not having formal credentials.
It's hilarious to me because the left used to be the ones who were anti-credentialism, and they were the ones who were like, let's listen to the young people, right? Well, Charlie Kirk was precisely that young person, and he did drop out of college to speak at colleges as opposed to study at colleges, and I have seen people on the left trying to denigrate him by saying he's a college dropout, and I think it just shows how tone deaf the left is. They really are. Go ahead and shoot yourself in the foot like you are. And shooting Charlie Kirk was the left shooting itself in the foot.
Yeah.
It was.
And I don't know if this that if Charlie Kirk will has inspired young people to pursue like autodidact like living. Excuse me, I have to cough. I was just saying, I don't know if young people are going to check out of the university system when because they see people like Charlie Kirk who are so articulate without going into it, because of the inflation, because of the just sheer corruption of the curriculum. But
I mean, I am hoping that what the Trump administration is doing will hopefully right what is wrong with the university system, because we do need to see. Oh my god! Why do I even look at this stuff? Like
what is it?
So I was looking at the New York Times website, at the comments to Ezra Klein's article on Charlie Kirk, and it is the most milquetoast acknowledgement that it is dumb for the Democrats to celebrate political violence and a completely dishonest attempt to equate the right with the left, et cetera, et cetera. And this is the top comments with 9,859 recommends by subscribed New York Times readers. This is who New York readers Times readers are. Marie McCabe, who shamelessly posted this. I fail to see how spreading lies, hate, and misinformation is practicing politics the right way. Never having been elected or appointed to anything, he nonetheless had an outsized influence on Trump's cabinet. Again, not the way to practice politics. Kirk's death was repugnant and unacceptable. No one should be celebrating. But his mocking debates that existed just to go viral in the cesspool of social media should not be held as an example of the best of our democracy. You know what? Like, get over yourself. Again, these people, they don't get it. Next one. The org he headed built a database of professors to target with harassment campaigns in the hopes of drumming them out of academia. Is that practicing politics the right way? This is the Democrats. This is who they are. The day after Charlie Kirk died, this is how they act. And then they expect us to treat them with a level of civility that Democrats simply have not had.
Yeah.
And are incapable of, because these are bad people.
Yeah, and I'm torn on civility politics because on the one hand, while I do believe in civil norms, I do think for people who violate civil norms, like these people in the comments, civility politics is a waste of time. So and so it's a hard barrier because like on the one hand, I do believe in principled, like yes, but like if people are violating principles, then they're outside of the whole system of principles to begin with. And that includes civility politics. Um, it's I also saw someone in the chat was mentioning something about Destiny. I don't know how he has been reacting to this, but
I would rather not really talk about him because I think he's losing his audience already with all of the crazy things he said so far. But what he's been saying over the past day, if that's not the nail in the coffin for your esteem for that guy, I don't know what could be. Yeah, I mean, the man is just horrendous. So yeah.
yeah, I've never really respected him. I mean, listen, what are you gonna do? I just I hope the Democrats see the light, but I don't know. When you're in a cult, it's hard to get out, and but fortunately, there is hope, right? There are people who I think there are young people, especially young women, who are indoctrinated in it because of social media. But if they got off of TikTok and they touched grass more, I do think they would leave Blue Anon. But maybe that's just my naivety. Um, what were you saying about the education system before you were going on to New York Times things?
Oh, I think the changes that Trump is making in the accreditation system are going to have a real effect because we do need the education system to uh, to be uh, to be um, I mean, ultimately, we do need colleges, universities to do research, to graduate, to train people, and we can't simply abandon uh, any of the necessary institutions, including the New York Times, right? Either we have to replace them or we have to take them over, but we cannot leave them in the hands of um, frankly, just evil people like the Democrats.
Yeah, but do you think young people are going to stop going to higher education? Um,
I mean, to some degree they have, which frankly, I mean, we've been overeducating people. Too many people have been going to university, uh, which partly is because our high school diplomas don't mean anything anymore, right? You can graduate with a high school diploma without actually having basic reading and writing skills, and math skills. Um, so I mean, part of it is frankly making sure that you can't get a high school diploma unless you are actually at the high school diploma level. Like you should actually be able to read at 12th grade level, and you should be able to write at 12th grade level, and you should be able to do algebra if you get a high school diploma. If you can't do algebra, you shouldn't be getting a high school diploma, right? And I mean, I can't believe we used to say trigonometry, but let's just start with algebra 1, right? Not even geometry and algebra 2, and then trig, and then calculus, right? But too many people. I mean, our university system, too many people were getting degrees that weren't real degrees, that were not necessary. There's one of the big problems I have with my master's degree program and with my certificate program is that too many people are going to graduate with me that everyone should know have no place in actually graduating a master's of social work, but they will. And the same was frankly true of my master's of public administration degree. The only reason it wasn't true of my of USC law school classmates was because they couldn't get in. The selection process wasn't during the training it was during the admissions process. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do think overeducation, and I do hope that what you're saying about Trump and reforming the university system is right. I mean, it's just insane to see how alarmist the left has been about, oh, millions of deaths because of Trump's education, university reform. Like I've heard that basically, oh, they'll say, oh, because they're doing medical research just means that Trump cutting aid to some of the universities will lead to millions of people dying from diseases and stuff. At least on social media, which is insane.
Okay. Will it net do that? I believe is absolutely insane. It can an argument be made that there's a lot of research that I would like to see continued and done well by important people who unfortunately thought it was perfectly fine to allow their university to be politicized. Look, what is happening is I would equate to surgery, right? And you never want to do surgery. But our system clearly has a deep rot in it. That rot is clearly from the Democrats and the left. And we have to get rid of the rotten core of leftist Democrats who are endangering or threatening America. We must be willing to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I don't I don't disagree, but I don't know if the Trump administration's reforms have actually been cutting research, which is legitimate research. It's possible, but
Well, they've been interrupting like all of the research at Harvard University. So, like, I am sure some percentage of the people, I know for a fact, a large percentage of the people in the biology department, in the chemistry department, in the physics departments, the various departments that were conducting research at Harvard and Yale and Columbia, the thought of themselves as completely apolitical, and they were just doing scientific research. And it's unfortunate that it has come to this, but I don't see what the alternative is. How do we stop Democrats from destroying this country?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there would be some way to like make sure all of whatever money the federal government is giving out only goes to like legitimate things. I don't know how that would work out because if it's going to the university system, and universities and systems being administrated in a corrupt way, I don't know how you'd get rid of that without cutting all of it.
Well, there's always going to be some level of corruption, and that's unavoidable. I think Jay Bhattacharya, who actually is a faithful Christian, excuse me, being the leader of the NIH is a great thing, and I'm very happy about that. So, yeah, and I am hoping that in fact we will see the future be much better than it is.
Yeah. Do you plan to say Misha Barak for Charlie this upcoming Shabbat?
I doubt very much. Chabads are very apolitical, and so that's not the type of thing that would be done at a Chabad. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. That's
I didn't know you. I thought you attended a Persian, or is it a Persian Chabad?
There is a Persian Chabad. I mean, depends where I go, when I go, but I generally go to Chabad.
Okay. Yeah, I was actually going to consider going. I go to a modern Orthodox one, but I don't know if it would be appropriate because I don't want to. I if it's especially like since it tends to be a middle aged to older congregation, and they're probably politically conservative, but I don't know if they would know who he is. So
Yeah, I mean, frankly, I've been kind of surprised at the level of like what Rabbi Mintz said, and that Daf Yomi Shiur, but that's the more appropriate response. That's the type of thing that is going on. So
yeah, and you also mentioned the mental health thing. So like, do you think that like part of the mental health crisis is that schools have not like done a good job of dealing with kids' mental health?
yeah, no, I
Okay.
think the mental health profession has a lot of problems. There's a lot that is wrong, and so um, my hope is that there will be um, my hope is that as we move forward we will be able to bring the level of um, not just mental health but like even surgeons like I said, like we need to be able to trust our surgeons to and our medical doctors to be competent and not politicized. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so I think I presume you're familiar with a lot of the work that Jonathan Haidt has done with regards to how social media has been problematic for young people's mental health. I do think I don't know if it was specific shooter was affected by it, but I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of mass shooters and like this is kind of folk psychology, but like you might know more about the empirical research in this. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a correlation between that and like addiction to social media and addiction to the internet. So maybe
It's
that's
not
part of
a
it.
real addiction, but it has certain things in common with it. Yeah.
What do you? So, do you mean it's not an addiction in the clinical sense?
Yeah, I mean, so actual addiction has certain criteria that frankly would never be met by what people are, even game addiction and sex addiction, and frankly, I would say overeating. Those have aspects that, because of the patterns you go into in terms of coping and positive reinforcement, etc., can can have aspects of addiction to them, but they are not to the level that a true addiction to substances such as narcotics and alcohol and um, downers. Frankly, whether or not psychedelics are addictive is also kind of controversial, um, because there's a physical aspect of addiction. Like, an alcoholic can literally die from not having alcohol. Literally.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's just there's no neurophysiological response in the same way that there is for like.
Not at that level, right? So a person who is actually, I mean, a an alcoholic that is truly has been drinking for a long time, when they stop drinking, like they will start having shakes, they will start having, like, and they can literally, their body will go into shock, and they can literally just die from stopping alcohol too quickly. That is on a whole different level than, you know, you can't stop yourself from doom scrolling Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I've seen videos and I've heard that Height recommends certain things, but like I don't know like what recommendation you would have for dealing with mental health as it relates to social media for young people. Like, you think there'd be more?
Tristan Harris. You can look up Tristan Harris. He's actually the person who seems to have been doing the most good work on that type of stuff. And yeah,
I've heard of him. I don't know what his solution is. Didn't he do a documentary with the Height, I believe, called The Social Dilemma? I may have
um,
seen that before.
sounds like something that he would have done. I know that his organization does have an app to download onto your phone to reduce the the addictive nature of your notifications, etc. Um, so I downloaded that on my previous phones. I don't think I actually bothered to do it on this phone, but it's that's something I definitely recommend. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was curious if you thought there would be any business for the legal system in it, because I don't. I mean, some people, I've heard people have talked about it, but I don't know what the line between that and like overreach or like of the government where parents should be involved in is.
I think what Jonathan Haidt is doing, working with the state governments as opposed to federal government, is probably the best way to go about that. Although I have to say, I think we really should be shutting TikTok down. The Chinese government is just too dangerous.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree. But TikTok is its whole own issue. Definitely. Um, like real quick, I'm seeing. Oh, you got somebody. I think a bot in Twitch chat. Um, Yeah, and yeah, I mean, I don't know too much about, I mean, all the problems in the mental health system. You mentioned antidepressants. Were you in I think in your monologue, were you doing that because you think some people are overly skeptical of antidepressants in the culture?
Yeah, I mean, this is a real issue, which is SSRIs work well in reducing depression. What happens, especially with young people, is they get on antidepressants. They don't have regular talk therapy. So they become less depressed, but they still have depressive thoughts, which leads to, and the FDA has issued a warning, leads to increased suicide, suicidal behavior and actually committing suicide, right? Actually completing suicide. That's a lot of people misunderstand what is going on there. They imagine that the SSRI is causing the suicidality as opposed to like removing the depressive impairment that some people have to actually going ahead and committing suicide, or doing other things that depressed or anxious or otherwise mentally impaired people would do. And if we could actually trust our doctors to be using our medications correctly, I don't think there would be as much skepticism as there is.
I see. So the problem is not the SSRIs. The problem is the lack of talk therapy along with the SSRIs, and that has
And monitoring. I mean, if somebody is suicidal and you give them SSRIs, you better be prepared for them to actually be much more active than they were before you gave them SSRIs. And if they still have suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation, they're far more likely to act on that on SSRIs than they were off SSRIs, because you haven't changed their thinking, you've changed their depression.
that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. So basically, the people who are like, "Oh, dude, SSRIs cause mass shootings," they're just uninformed about that.
Yeah,
Um,
they misunderstand. I mean, they misunderstand the correlation. They're seeing a correlation, and this is actually something I keep on telling people. Correlation without causation matters, right? It matters that you see a correlation, even if you don't see see causation. But like you have to. So my favorite joke: everyone who confuses correlation with causation dies, and they do. You have to be able to distinguish between correlation and causation.
yeah, I mean, I don't think that's just unique to this question of SSRIs. I think a lot of political debates go on to like people misunderstanding correlation causation.
Look, most people don't. Half of all people have an IQ below 100.
I actually didn't know that. I know half the people are dumber than the average person, a la George Carlin, but I didn't know half the people were dumber than 100.
Um, well, I mean, Grimm generally doesn't care about etiquette that much. Is he streaming? Church for Charlie.
Oh, is this Girl Country?
No, this is Grimmers.
Okay.
Sensitive issue. I'm
Let's
going
see
to
it.
go ahead and deliver on the title before we even get to the mind control savings throws you're here for. That puts you at a slight feral disadvantage, according to Skankenstein. You can ask Scott and Neil, or even Zachary Vineyard. Hello there, Joy, and Matthew Fealty invoking the channel member VNA Bubble, which is not even in this branding I've loaded tonight. That's convenient. That's convenient. See, I got like there's a bunch of different tabs in StreamYards, and some of them don't have this, but it's there now. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Yeah, there are certain days you don't say it. Okay. But as you can see, therefore, the title of this stream has been Church for Charlie. And the reasoning behind that is because there's been a recent political violence issue in our nation. And I don't like I am a self-proclaimed synchrony harmonicist, as you can see for here over on my X page there. Over on, you see how it says that right there after my. See, part of that is because I have this harmonica that says that's what I am, and sometimes I blow it, and so there's that way of synchronizing harmony. But there are other ways of synchronizing harmony, and as you can see here, I have paid the ransom, but they have yet to return my magic blue check mark to me. However, this is where I'm bringing you today, and in what may be. Oh, here, let's make it big, shall we? In what may be my first public prescription as a synchrony harmonicist, I hereby say unto you, the most efficacious way to honor Charlie Kirk is to go to church this Sunday. And if that's unusual or unprecedented for you, I recommend the one nearest to your home. Nearest to your home. And you see, there's a multitude of reasons for these. But the first is, honestly and most sincerely, I think if you were to ask the man how we could honor your life, sir, now that you've lost it, his answer would probably be go to church. However, the reason, see, I'm trying to, synchrony kind of means at the same time. And we know from Dr. Vervaeke that what happens is small networks achieve this synchrony moment, and then they peak, and it's what brings the system online, sort of. And so as such, I think the timing thing we have now is we have all of these emotional people who witnessed his blood shoot in the air, who have emotions to deal with about this, and some of those people are having violent emotions. But I think though, given the nature of the man, that the most proper way to honor his life is to go to church, and that is the forces behind the action would be the outcome they least wanted, by performing the action. And so Church for Charlie is that the stream title, what I think you should do, and my recommendation for honoring the life of the Charlie Kirk. Blue Church card of the show is the 8 of diamonds.
Yeah, but like all of us already go to church. I'm pretty sure.
Well, some of us go to synagogue.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what he means, and it's not like I disagree with the thing. The thing with Grizz's whole thing is like I can't like all the branding and yeah.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing about Grizz. I haven't watched his channel. If my memory serves me correctly, I think someone described him as postmodern. I don't know if that's true.
I don't think he would describe himself as postmodern, but he kind of is. He's talking again. Should we go back to listening to him talk? I did want to finish the thing about the IQ below 100. Yeah, that is actually the definition. So IQ is centered around a bell curve, and it's a normalized distribution. So by definition, half of all people have an IQ under 100.
Okay, so 100's the median.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that is disappointing, and maybe that's why we have elected Joe Biden in America.
But when it comes down to it, like recognizing even 115 IQ, like there's a lot of things people with 115 IQ cannot do, and too many people just it comes from a ridiculous egalitarian propensity to just imagine everybody has the same capabilities and they just don't.
Yeah, I think this is if my memory serves me correctly, the linguist Steven Pinker talks about this idea of like that there's a natural intelligence differences, although I think he talks about it between men and women. I think Pinker has talked about this idea that IQ shapes your cognitive capacity, although I don't know what too much about what the research says. Um, and another thing is also there. I mean, I also think there is a sense in which there is a sense of being too smart for your own good, where very smart people also have a problem of um, being so smart that they can rationalize pre-existing cognitive biases. But like, I don't know if you think that's really as much of an issue as
That
the
is definitely an issue. IQ is in no way correlated with wisdom, unfortunately. But IQ is not culturally structured. Actually, that that is a thing people on the left say way too much, and frankly, it's just not true. Um, but no, that is definitely a problem.
yeah.
Is the smarter you are, the more you can rationalize.
Yeah, and sometimes I think one of the things with my conversational skills is I think sometimes I think I'm too smart for my own good. Um,
There.
That
Follow
sometimes
Twitter. Let's
happens.
see what it is.
Okay,
Christian.
this is going
Boris
to
and
be
Gleb are the
incredibly
first
meta.
two
We're
Russian
gonna
Orthodox
watch.
saints
Um,
who
we're
quite
we're watching
literally turned the other
uh,
cheek and got killed by
Grizz
their
watched Paul
brother.
Vanderklay.
Chris watching
And their feast
Paul
day is
Vanderklay.
my birthday.
Yeah.
That's why I'm a little worried about Richard Roll, and he's going to hear this, and he's just going to think it's happening. Vanderklay's becoming Orthodox.
I would generally just. I mean, if I really thought he was going to stream for very long, I would probably just stop. But he's probably not going to stop anytime soon. I mean, he's probably not going to go very long. So, yeah.
And not only are we watching Grizz watching Paul Vanderklay, we're also watching Paul Vanderklay watch trigonometry. So this is
This is
as
true.
meta as it gets.
This is true. This is true.
Is Grizz? I thought, okay, maybe I was confusing it because of the G. I thought he was associated with Grail Country and was an Orthodox Christian. Maybe it's just the G.
He is not an Orthodox Christian. He is a very weird Christian. Uh,
5 more minutes.
yeah. Um, Luke and Grizz don't get along. That's news to me.
Yeah.
I didn't.
I will definitely be going to synagogue for Charlie. Well, I'm not going for Charlie, but I will have Charlie in mind. I'll have him in mind in my prayers. Yeah. I don't know if are you gonna go first, Charlie?
I'm not going to go for Charlie. If I do go, I will be going for other reasons. But
Okay.
yeah, I am not a regular attendee, and considering Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur are coming up soon, Those are probably going to be my attempts to get to synagogue. When is Rosh Hashanah? Rosh Hashanah is not this coming Tuesday, but the Tuesday after that.
Yeah. Also, so I know I'm gonna go soon. Just real quick before you hop off, I wanted to know if you'll be able to talk either, or if you're either gonna do just chatting stream soon, or if you're gonna if able to talk to me just one-on-one on Discord VC just Monday.
Not just you. Anybody who wants to talk to me, message me on Discord, and or on Twitter, or by email, or my my
Phone number.
cell phone numbers are easy enough for anybody to find,
Okay.
and we can set up a time to talk.
Okay. I was just curious if you're busy this Monday, but if not, then
Mondays are starting to be very busy for me, actually. Oh, Father Stephen.
okay. I'll wait. Is he hopping on?
He's hopping on, yeah.
Okay. Peace, and have a. I hope this upcoming Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur pours a time for repentance for you and me and for everyone else who needs to. So, good
Amen.
talk. Amen.
I will talk to you later, Kirk. Wow, we're gonna get a wild Father Stephen. It's because I bought all those shirts. You buy Father Stephen swag, and he shows up on your stream. Anybody else who wants to jump on with Father Stephen? I mean, you're also welcome. I guess we could watch Grizz while we wait.
You're inside the mind of John Hears. Spouted that off.
Every now and then, Griswold Graham will hop on the.
I'm going to have him on the
section.
podcast soon.
And yeah,
And that was completely not true at the time, but is now true. I'll be recording with him on Tuesday. Now that my voice says
we have a Father Stephen DeYoung. Your beard has gotten much larger than it usually is.
It is, yes, it is. My laziness about trimming it has continued to allow it to expand.
If you were a Catholic priest, you would be in trouble.
Yes.
They have
there's actually a Greek term, Franco Papa, which they use to refer to a priest with no beard.
Really?
As a Frankish priest, essentially.
So,
a la Charlemagne.
I think you remember the term people thought I was insulting you with when I called you a Galach, right? Yeah. There is actually some debate. I believe it refers to the tonsure, but it may refer to not having a beard.
No. Well, yeah. It is a sign of gross liberalism in theology. Yeah.
Did you hear about the CRC's prayer vigil yesterday?
No.
So, I mean...
Well, I heard you reference it earlier in the...
Okay, yeah.
I waited until the political stuff seemed mostly over.
It was... Well, it's as over as it's going to be
with it's going to get with you, yeah.
Yes. There's a level of politics I think is necessary.
I mean, if you're going to wear somebody's name on your shirt, at least it's not Calvin Klein, right? Like...
or Hugo Boss.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of Jews who don't realize that irony of wearing Hugo Boss, even though I do wear Hugo Boss.
Or driving a Ford. Yeah.
So I mean, I have cousins who drive Volkswagens, which always gives me the creeps. I've ridden in Volkswagens. It just feels icky to me.
Yeah.
But I have to say, the one thing that's always gotten me is when I go to the drugstore to buy aspirin. Bayer, I have never been able to buy.
Yeah.
I just cannot do that.
Yeah. IBM fortunately doesn't really sell to the public anymore, so you don't have to worry about them.
Yeah, I guess they're a problem too. I never really thought about that one too.
Oh, have you seen the punch cards?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's not even plausible deniability there.
No.
You knew exactly what they were doing.
Right. There is that famous book. I believe it's called IBM and the Holocaust.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, at some level, you've got to, and I'm serious about this. I've said this several times. We as Jews need to stop making the Holocaust the be all and end all of everything. There is a level of venerating and, frankly, I would say victim complex regarding the Holocaust, which
Heinrich Ford has been dead for a long time.
yeah. And okay, it's no longer living memory, pretty much. There's very few Holocaust survivors left. And so, yeah, I've talked about this, about moving past the World War II consensus.
Yeah.
But especially, I think there's a level of feeling justified in doing pretty much anything and using the Holocaust as an excuse, which sometimes gets rather problematic.
Yeah, I remember that moving past the World War II consensus stream you did with the was he a Reformed Baptist pastor?
What? Oh, so,
I just remember that he started it out talking about how stupid and ridiculous it is to try to defend Hitler.
Yeah.
And then I started stirring the pot in the chat at the end of it.
Oh,
when you attacked Martin Luther, and all of a sudden when you attacked Martin Luther, it's like, well, we're all sinners. You're no better than Martin Luther or Hitler when it comes to God. And I'm like, wait a minute, you earlier.
So Keith Foskey, I have to say, first of all, I have to say in Keith Foskey's defense, that he makes a lot of funny skit videos.
Yeah.
And that, in my book, excuses a lot of things.
Oh, yeah, no, this isn't a problem with him as an individual. This is a problem with Protestant theology.
Yes.
Which is why I was able to stir the pot that way.
And
I know what buttons to push.
And I have to say, he is a faithful. He's one of these. I sometimes refer to them as Catholic Protestants, which is they grew up in a particular church, which he did, and he is very, very involved with the other members of his church and the other elders in his church, and they discuss things together. And so Keith Foskey will not ever publicly disagree with the other co-elders he has in his church. Right?
Yeah.
And I have a level of respect for that.
Yeah.
He's part of his community. But
I've been trolling the internet longer than half the people watching this have been alive. So
I'm not sure the internet's been around longer than But yeah,
It's been 30 years for me. I hate to tell you, we're getting old, Jacob.
we are. Wow, Yoav, have you ever spoken with Father Stephen before? Father Stephen, Yoav is one of, along with Chazi and Yosef, he is one of the 3 leaders of the religious community on my Discord. Yeah.
Well, this is a first for me to be described as a religious leader. I really don't know where to put myself.
So some men have greatness thrust upon them. So
yes, I still don't know what to do with this burden because the way that Jacob handled it is he said, it's your job, do it. Nobody ever talked to me about what they actually want me to do and what are the tools in my disposal to do that.
I told you if you need more tools, I'll give you more tools.
My reply is that I'm waiting for my retirement, which is going to be quite soon, and then I will have lots of time on my hands for religious activities. Now, speaking about the Holocaust, it was a big political issue in Israel at the beginning, when Germany was offering us reparations. And the issue was, are we going to accept the reparations or not? And the outcome is what we did accept, because it is better to build what you have than just resentment will not lead you anything. You have to be practical and look forward and use the money to build the state of Israel. However, it is a moral slippery slope that one slips and now is so far down the road slipping that we actually cannot use the memory of the Holocaust anymore because we don't know practically what to do with it. How does it imply in relevance to our current daily situation? And the Holocaust, or somebody just commented about Polish Catholics going to Auschwitz. The Second World War will never stop. It hasn't stopped. It will never stop in Europe. You now have a continuation of the same war going on for 3 years in the Ukraine, with the same hatred and the same nationalistic behaviors. Europe is sick. It hasn't been cured yet, and it's not showing any sign of healing itself. There was an intermission, there was a lull. Also, in my mind, the question of what is God's plan for the Germans, because the Germans have been punished, and have been punished again, and they are now being punished yet again. And it gets to the point where myself, an Ashkenazi Jew who has lost half his family in the event, if I prayed, I don't pray. If I prayed, I would told God, stop. This is inhumane what you're doing. But God is not humane. It's not human.
Thank you so much, because I've had to quote Noah Yuval Harari, who's not my favorite person in the world.
Yeah, why?
In saying, if I remember the quote exactly, he said, as an Israeli, as a Jew, and as a human or something, I want the Germans to understand that if there's one country I don't think is going to perpetrate the Holocaust again, it is Germany, and you have to get past the Holocaust. As a Sephardic Jew, it's hard for me to say that as much as Ashkenazi Jews, but no, the way the Holocaust has been affecting Germany, it's just too much. And frankly, I have to say, I think part of it is the problem is Lutheranism.
Well,
There aren't that many Lutherans left in Germany.
Okay, but the atheists are Lutheran.
It's like all the state churches, right? It's like all the state churches in Europe. They're empty, you know.
Yeah. I think Father Stephen is prohibited from discussing Ukraine and Russia in public.
Well, not totally. I mean, there's things I gotta be honest about, right? Like, there's one of those countries where I can practice my religion and one where it's outlawed, right? There is.
Okay.
There is.
I've heard you. I've heard you talk about it. I am not sure that Putin is much better than Zelensky.
I don't think so. I think they're both bad guys. But one of those countries, I could go there and practice Orthodox Christianity, and in the other one, the religion has been outlawed. So, as an Orthodox Christian, that makes it easier for me to decide where I would rather be of the two. I'd rather not be in either. I'd rather live in a different country.
So I am going to confess that I troll Russian patriarch people, especially anti-Semites, with videos of Kirill saying things that they cannot abide because for some reason Putin has found being friends with Chabad is good for him, and so Putin is very, very friendly with the Chabad Shliach in Russia, and for that reason, Kirill mouths a lot of things which basically I don't think an Orthodox Christian necessarily would say if he didn't have a leash from Vladimir Putin around his neck.
But I'm not a bishop. I'm not involved in all that. Right? I just want to be able to go to an Orthodox church.
I hear you. I hear you. I mean,
it's like I wouldn't want to live in Saudi Arabia because I couldn't go to church.
There is a Ukrainian Orthodox church you could go to.
No, there's not. That is a fake state church that Zelensky set up that is not canonical.
Okay, I am.
When he outlawed the actual Orthodox Church, seized
I have a suggestion for you.
Imprisoned their bishops and priests.
I have a practical suggestion for you. Yeah. If you want to visit the Ukraine, you have the beard for it. Put on the custom of an Orthodox Jew, and they are going to travel in their 10,000s to the city of Uman in 2 weeks, and you will mingle around the crowd, and nobody will recognize you, and you can go visit. You can visit. I mean, theoretically, all the prostitutes of the city of Uman, if you so wish, as some of them may do.
Yeah. I mean, what you're saying to me, Jacob, is like if, some country arrested all of the rabbis and then set up their own, like, synagogues with their own rabbis who they appointed.
You,
and said to
mean
you,
like Iran?
you can go. Yeah, you can go to synagogue.
You mean like Iran?
Yes, there's a synagogue here for you. What are you talking about? You can't practice your religion.
I mean, that is exactly the situation in Iran.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as canonical, non-canonical, I don't know canonical bishops. I know bishops mean something very different in terms of allowing for communion and stuff like that, and it's part of your liturgy in a way that I'm not so aware of. At the same time, I don't know. It's Kirill makes me cringe.
Right, but he's not the Pope of Russia. That's not how our system works. He's the Bishop of Moscow.
I get it. I get it. But I don't see the distinction. Like,
unless you're living in Moscow, he's not your bishop.
Okay.
He's literally not your bishop.
Okay, so you're saying Ukraine and Moscow you're not happy with, but like other parts in Russia?
Right. I'm saying I could go to some town in Russia and go to an Orthodox church and live an Orthodox life.
Okay. I mean, I
can't do that in Ukraine. And you telling me I could go to the quote unquote Orthodox Church of Ukraine is like saying, well, you could go to the Roman Catholic Church. It's like, well, technically I could, but they're not my church.
Right. I mean, I don't think Ukraine has religious freedom. Frankly, I don't think Israel has religious freedom. Which is one of the problems I have with Israel.
Russia has quasi religious freedom. It's weird. There's religious freedom for some people and not others, literally.
I don't know what you're talking about. I agree that in Tel Aviv you don't have religious freedom. Tel Aviv has gone mad as in the way that we talked in the beginning of this broadcast. You can always go to some place in the wide and long land of Israel, and when you can practice your own religion. I mean, some village somewhere.
I mean, in the sense that I think Father Stephen is talking about, I have serious problems. Hello, Denise. I have serious problems with the idea that that a bunch of mayors get together every 5 years and elect who the chief rabbi is, who gets to regulate who gets to get married or not. That's not religiously. That's not. I am not a fan of the system that the way Judaism is done in the state of Israel.
Well, if you married in Israel in a secular way, and then at a separate ceremony, went to whatever rabbi of your own invention, and with your friend and family made the ceremony of your own invention, nobody will stop you. Then you will be married for the state, and you will marry in the face of your own religion.
Hold on, I thought you guys don't have a secular marriage ceremony. Is that new? People go to Cyprus, right?
Yes, they do go to Cyprus, which is not far away. Or there is, if you just cohabit for a while, it counts as marriage. Which is, I mean, it's good enough for the state. If you just have been living in sin for 5 years, that is enough.
You know who has the best common law marriage law in the world is Texas.
Which is?
Which is you have to cohabitate for 24 hours and publicly declare yourself to be married.
Well, yeah. Once you publicly declare yourself to be married, I don't
You
care
just
how long you cohabit.
live in the same place for 24 hours, just stay in the same, apartment for 24 hours, and then walk outside and say, "We're married."
Okay, so
And
so
you're
now
common law married.
so now I have to get into the details of Noahide, trying to figure out Noahide common law, like what the halacha. So rabbis have not had to deal with Noahide laws forever, right? And the question becomes, and I've actually had to have an argument with rabbis about it. If two Noahides are living together, but because they haven't gotten married, they are not actually doing the deed. Is the fact that they're living together what halachically is called yichud, right? So within the Jewish, for two Jews, a Jewish male and female, if you are together privately in a room for an hour, that is considered, as far as we're concerned, there's a presumption, right? And like the question became, well, does that apply to Gentiles or not? Are they married if they don't even have sex, if they just live together? So I realize this sounds weird, but like this is one of the areas of Noahide halacha that the rabbis have not decided yet.
Don't you have to step on the glass? I thought if you don't step on the glass, like the whole thing.
Stepping on the glass is actually not a part of the ceremony.
I know.
Yeah, but the ring is important.
the ring is important, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking about my married son,
Yeah.
there was a ring and there was the glass.
Yeah.
And various other aspects that you recognize.
Yeah.
Nobody from the rabbinites of Israel was present in the room, I can assure you.
In Tel Aviv, are they even allowed?
In Tel Aviv, it's pride all year round, right?
Under restrictions. I mean, they have to sign some papers to behave themselves. And
there have been protests, Father Stephen, if you don't know, of Orthodox rabbis showing up in neighborhoods of Tel Aviv.
Okay. I've just seen their tourism ads from Tel Aviv, literally promoting gay tourism.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, but I mean, you put your Orthodox custom to visit Oman, but take it off visiting Tel Aviv if you don't want.
Yeah. You might actually. The funny thing is, unfortunately, okay, I know this sounds bad, but I have to make the distinction. In Jerusalem, yes, as an Orthodox priest, you can expect there will be Haredim who will spit on the ground as they pass you.
Yeah,
they will.
That might hit you, maybe accidentally and maybe not.
No, because
I know people, Jacob, who it's happened.
Well, it may have
personally.
Happened.
Yeah,
it may have happened. It may have in fact happened, but that's more along the lines of hoodlums and teenagers, whereas
it was younger people mostly when they was actually on them. Yes,
yeah. The very funny, Denise. But in Tel Aviv, if you look like an Orthodox, like a Haredi rabbi, oh no, it'll hit you. It will hit you, and not because you'll have an easier time as an Orthodox priest than you will as an Orthodox.
Yeah.
So, people are people. Yeah.
Have you ever looked at the Orthodox Christian wedding service?
I've attended 2 of them.
You notice there's a couple of prayers in there that I'm highly suspicious were carried over from early Jewish weddings.
I was very surprised at the references to Isaac and Rebecca.
Right. There's a whole thing that's bless them, O Lord, as thou didst bless Abraham and Sarah, as thou didst bless Isaac and Rebecca,
Yeah.
as thou didst bless Jacob and Rachel. Right.
I was surprised they say just Jacob and Rachel. Why'd they decide Rachel and not Leah?
I know. That's I was just talking about this actually, because in my Bible study last night, we're getting close to the end of Numbers, and we did the second census.
Okay.
Oh no, that's not where it was. Man, I'm doing too much stuff. It was Tuesday night. I'm doing a class for Pajot of the Book of Jubilees.
Right.
And it was in Jubilees. And one of the things, Jubilees is like retelling Genesis with some added traditions and stuff, right?
Right.
And one of the things it adds, and this is one of the things I really love, is, canonical Genesis, Leah kind of gets done dirty. Right. Like at the time of the wedding to Jacob, it's very clear he didn't want to marry her.
Correct. Yes.
The text even kind of implies she's ugly.
Well,
at least compared to her sister.
So actually, the rabbinic explanation is her eyes are because she was crying because of her.
Oh, okay. Well, that's nice. Situation. At least that's good.
Yeah.
But but in Jubilees, it adds this bit after Rachel dies that talks about how after Rachel died, Jacob came to love Leah. Right?
Really?
There's this whole thing where sort of he realizes his error of favoring the one over the other and comes to love her like before her death. And I'm like, I think that is a beautiful thing. There
is definitely a rabbinic tradition of criticizing Jacob for marrying two sisters.
Yeah, that's an obvious problem given Leviticus.
Because it causes,
well,
not just that, but I mean, polygamy in general.
Yeah,
rabbis
it's not good, but
but the other thing I was going to tell you is, so in the Amidah, the first blessing of the Amidah is avot, right? Fathers. So we say Elohei Abraham, Elohei Yitzchak, Elohei Yaakov. And of course, the reform and conservative movements have problems with this. So they've changed the first blessing of the Amidah, and they say Elohei Abraham, Elohei Yitzchak, Elohei Yaakov, Elohei Sarah, Rivka, Rachel, Leah. And every time they do that in synagogue, I turn to one of my friends who knows that I hate this, and I say, they left out Zilpah and Bilhah. Because from a completely egalitarian point of view, there is zero excuse for leaving out Zilpah and Bilhah.
And this is from Numbers in the second census.
Yeah.
It's interesting that they do the tribes in the order of descended from Leah, descended from Rachel, and then Bilhah and Zilpah.
Denise, I think that's your microphone.
Like at the end, right? Like they kind of get, it's not birth order, right? It's wives, concubines.
Okay.
But that's also one of the ways they marginalize Dan.
Okay. Realizes my job as a religious.
I had a question.
Go ahead and ask your question, Denise. Denise? Go ahead and ask your question.
Huh?
Go ahead and ask.
Okay. Yeah, it goes back to what. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Let me just get rid of this here. Okay, now is it okay?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, okay. It goes back to what y'all were talking about a lot earlier when you were talking about the different Orthodox churches, and somebody said something about a Ukrainian Orthodox church being set up by Zelensky.
Yeah.
And that caught my attention because I had a friend who died in about the year 2000, who before he died, he was someone I worked with. He had converted from being a country Catholic to being Orthodox in a Ukrainian church that nobody really knew anything about. And he actually was ordained a priest, actually a week before he died. And I was always curious about it because some of our friends thought he had joined a cult, but they would have said that anyway because nobody really understood the Orthodox. And, you know, I knew about the Greek Orthodox because I grew up with some Greek friends in town and I went to a Greek wedding. But I often wondered about that because when you mentioned Zelensky, I'm thinking, well, was there a state Orthodox Ukrainian, state church that predates Zelensky? Because this happened in the late 1990s that my friend went through that conversion.
Yeah, there's actually a Ukraine. They're called the Ukrainian Orthodox Church and the Orthodox Church in Ukraine, just to make it super confusing. So there was a Ukrainian Orthodox Church that was there that was not connected to the state directly.
But this
a
happened
lot of
in
the
the
clergy and
United
bishops
States.
were ethnically Russian. That's what was there before.
Yeah, but this didn't happen in the Ukraine. It happened here in the United States.
Right,
He was American.
right. So that would
He
have
was
been
a Franco-American like me.
That would have been an American immigrant branch of that church, that original one, right? Zelensky declared that because they were mostly ethnic Russians, etc., that they were all basically traitors and Russian spies. Jailed a lot of the bishops, a lot of the priests, expelled them, seized their monasteries, seized their churches, and got this schismatic bishop who had been excommunicated and made him the new patriarch of Ukraine in a new state church.
Before he did that, was it really a Russian Orthodox church in the Ukraine?
It was the Ukrainian Orthodox Church under the Metropolitan of Kiev, but a lot of the bishops and clergy were ethnically Russian.
But was it?
I see.
Autocephalous?
But this American group.
No, it wasn't autocephalous.
Okay, it was under the Moscow Patriarchate.
It was part of, it was technically part of the Moscow Patriarchate. The Metropolitan was part of the Synod of
this American group, I didn't really meet anyone until after my friend died, and there was one person who was an American, Anglo last name, who seemed to be very close to him in his conversion, and the group he was with was based in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And
Pennsylvania.
So we really never, because we didn't convert with him, his friends all kind of said, "What are you doing?" Didn't really understand. None of us really could learn anything about it. But that's why I was curious, because the people that were talking to me were talking about it being some kind of state thing, but this was way before Zelensky came along.
Yeah.
This was in the late 1990s.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, I know that growing up, there was a Polish National Catholic Church in a building in our town, and the Polish had their own actual real Roman Catholic parish. And we were always warned, don't go over there and talk to those people, that's a cult, because my Polish immigrant neighbors growing up with them were very clear that they didn't really like that little group that had set that up. And that always kind of seemed like an analogous situation. And I wonder if there's Orthodox churches in the United States that are actually not really legitimate. And if so, how would one be able to tell?
Yeah, well, there are. Because of the United States, I can go and file some paperwork and start the, Louisiana Orthodox Church, nobody could stop me from naming it that. You know what I mean? And if I wanted to declare myself to be a bishop,
Cajun patriarch.
nobody could stop me from doing that. So there are,
Yeah.
all kinds of crazies who set up all kinds of groups and stuff. And so the way you tell with the Orthodox Church is you find out who the bishop is, and you find out what other bishops that bishop is in communion with. And if the answer is nobody, then you've got a weird group, right? Because that bishop isn't recognized as a bishop by anybody else, right? Whereas if you find out, oh, that bishop is part of this group of bishops, right, then okay, he's part of the bigger church.
But where do you go to find that stuff out? I mean, I know how to find out if someone's really a priest because I'm Catholic. I know how to check with the diocese and whatever.
Right.
But
well, that's what you have
how
to do.
would somebody check on someone claiming to be a patriarch of some kind?
Well, I mean, if someone claims to be a patriarch, they're lying because there aren't any around these parts.
Well, I see. I don't really understand the terminology.
But somebody could hypothetically. But I mean, if somebody claims to be a priest, you ask who their bishop is, right?
Yeah.
And then that bishop will tell you whether they're really one of their priests or not. And if you, like I said, the most church websites and stuff will have, like, if you go to my parish's website, there's, there's me, our bishop, right? The Metropolitan of North America, who's like the Archbishop, and the Patriarch of Antioch, right? You can see the whole connection, right? So, and any church that won't tell you that or tries to not talk about that is phony, right? That's why they don't want to talk.
Here's another question, and then I'll go. What for us, totally out of the loop Catholics, what is the distinction between Greek Orthodox and Russian Orthodox? Do they have a different lineage of authority? Or is it simply a difference in ethnic custom?
It's pretty much just ethnic custom. So in the Orthodox Church, we don't have a pope. All bishops are equal.
Yeah, that's what's confusing to a Catholic, because I'll be honest, the only thing I feel as a Catholic is that, well, having one pope gives you one person to blame for all the screw ups.
You have a scapegoat at least. Yeah.
Just one.
Yeah. But so for us, in Greece, obviously you have Greek bishops, right? In Russia, you have Russian bishops. And then the United States is a little weird because most of the Orthodox churches in the United States were started by immigrant groups. Right. So like in Pennsylvania, like you were talking about, there are a lot of Slavic immigrants. So when Serbian immigrants came, they built Serbian Orthodox churches. And when Ukrainian immigrants came, they built Ukrainian Orthodox churches. And when Greek immigrants came, they built Greek Orthodox churches. Just because there was no American Orthodox church yet.
Yeah.
Right. So
that's interesting.
If the Orthodox Church continues to grow in the United States, eventually, hypothetically, they'll all merge into one sort of American Orthodox Church that will become independent. But that's a couple hundred years down the road. So we won't be alive to see it. At least alive in this world.
Yeah. Well, thank you. That was helpful because it was, the problem with what happened with my friend is I suspect he really did get hoodwinked into something weird because none of the people around him had Orthodox, ethnic names. They were all regular Americans, and
that is
very suspect. No, it wasn't. And he was totally isolated. It was like he had gone into this situation that we had said, don't do that. It's not good. And then it was like he went through the total, went away for a week's retreat and came back with a new personality and cut himself off from most of us. And, it's like I say, it's 25 years ago, but it always lingers. The questions of what really happened always linger. And I never really understood, because I've had coworkers. I worked for a beautiful Greek family at one point. And I went to high school with a lot of immigrants from Greece who came over very suddenly in the late 60s, early 70s. There was some kind of junta revolution or something over there, and a whole bunch came over. And we kind of all got to learn about Greek Orthodox when that happened. So this was, yeah, thank you for straightening it out, and I'll let you guys go back to what you were talking about.
What were we talking about?
I don't remember. Did you see where a couple of weeks ago Trump committed the unforgivable sin among evangelicals?
Which one?
Okay, so you might think
Not all the abortions he's paid for.
No, not that. Of course not.
Okay.
Not the adultery.
No.
Right? Not the fornication.
No.
Right? Not the tax fraud.
Forgiven.
Yeah, not the tax fraud.
No.
Not the lying. Not the ego. All of those totally forgiven. No, all of these, like Allie Beth Stuckey and all of these, like normally, like evangelical conservative people flipped out because he talked about trying to stop the war, end the war in Ukraine, and he said, "I want to go to heaven, and I think if I get into heaven, it will be because I made peace in these wars."
Yes.
And they went crazy.
I tweeted about this
because they said, "Oh, thinking you do good works, that means you'll go to hell." So for the evangelical Protestant, the unforgivable sin is trying to do good things to please God.
I tweeted
if you
about
do that, you go to hell. Anything else, you're fine.
I did tweet about this. I'm tempted to look up my tweet where I said something to the effect of, and this is how you know Protestantism is satanic, because they think that it's a bad thing to try to make peace in the world.
Not just a bad thing. This is the thing God sends you to eternal torment for, trying to do good things to please him.
Yeah.
But as long as you believe in Jesus, you can commit any other sin you want.
Yeah.
And you go to heaven.
Okay. Now, so
at what point do you look in the mirror and say, this does not even vaguely resemble the Christianity of the Bible, right? Like,
okay. So I have to one-up you for seeing things which were disgusting and like made me go, oh my God, what is wrong with you? Where was that? So there was the whole huge thing about here, I found it. You remember the whole huge thing about that poor woman who was murdered on the metro?
Yeah.
This man is a pastor, not some weird weirdo. For God's sake, what kind of theology does this to people? Why would you imagine that this poor woman even conceivably deserves death? This is disgusting beyond words. He saw the video, and this is his response. I hope she was saved. How heartbreaking. Someone says she died. I'm aware.
Assuming you meant saved, like
she's not in hell.
Yeah.
Like, and so I responded to him. Here, let me. I responded to him. I cannot imagine which Bible you read, but it certainly isn't mine. And he responded, how is that statement in conflict with the Bible you read? My Bible from page 1 starts by explaining that God is just and merciful. The whole point of the first 5 chapters is that Cain was the son of sinners and killed his brother, yet God loves him and desires for him to be eternally saved. Is that how you understand the first 5 chapters of Genesis? Then keep on reading about Noah and Abraham and basically the entire Bible, which is easily summarized in Ezekiel 18. God does not desire that the wicked die. Like,
wait, what?
I have to say, a lot of people.
That's his permissive will, not his decretive will, Jacob.
Well,
that's what the Calvinists will say.
I do.
His decretive will, he does desire that they die and go to hell. But his
that's
permissive will, he right.
That's what gets me. Like, look, I believe in permissive will versus. I do.
I don't, but go ahead.
But, but like, dude, like, there are so many Christians I have said to, God loved Cain, and they think like. I told you the story about the guy I told I was Jewish, and he goes, "No, you're not." I said, "Yeah, I am." He's like, "No, you're not. You don't have horns."
Yeah. Well, I mean, Moses did, right? Like,
but that did actually happen to me.
Yeah,
that did actually happen to me.
But yeah, that's yeah. No, you have to understand though. Like Calvinists think God hates everyone.
Yeah. He's too holy for us.
And again, they call that Christianity, right? Like,
Yoav, as the religious leader here, do you think poor young women who were just riding the subway home from work and were murdered are going to hell?
No.
Well, it's not that she did something wrong. It's that Adam
ask
did
me
something.
First if I believe in hell together. That's the first questions to be asked.
Well, you got to have someplace to stick the devil, right? Like, just hope there's no people there.
Come on, you live in Tel Aviv. Of course you believe in it.
Tel Aviv in August, yes.
Is that a Jean-Paul Sartre "hell is other people" thing? Yeah.
Also,
you got to remember all his neighbors were French, though, so that
And I can't. His partner was Simone de Beauvoir, right?
Yeah, Simone de Beauvoir. Yeah,
de Beauvoir. Like, I cannot imagine being in a relationship with that woman.
Yeah, but look what he looked like, man.
I don't know what he looked like.
Oh, look up a picture of Jean-Paul Sartre.
Really, Jean-Paul?
Oh
Sartre?
yeah, he looks like a frog that got hit with a shovel. Like, he's a very smart man, but not a looker. He kind of had to take what he could get.
Oh wow. Well, I see some of the pictures. His younger pictures, he looks okay.
Are not as bad, but he was not conventionally handsome, shall we say?
Yeah, those eyes are not pointing in the same direction. Yeah, I guess. I don't know what Simone de Beauvoir looked like either. She wasn't so bad.
That's what I'm saying. So I mean, he was doing okay, given
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of punching above his weight class a little, even.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe the conclusion is there are some things that you need to say to get laid, and therefore people should ignore what you have said because it was not really you that was speaking.
Yes, you just pass over each other's riz in silence. I see what you're saying.
Okay. The things we talk about.
Yeah, that was the great thing about French existentialism is like they knew how to resist the Nazis, right? You write nasty plays about them and perform them in underground clubs. That'll show them.
Victor de Borga actually he ended up having to flee because he was doing anti-Nazi comic sets, and they decided they had enough of him.
Yeah. That takes some guts. That's a little more, at least.
Yeah. He was he did comedy right. Yeah. I liked him.
I know you saw me being mean to Father Eric.
I did? You were mean to Father Eric?
Don't you remember that stream? You were on it.
I was. How were you mean to Father Eric? Oh, you guys
asking him questions I knew he couldn't answer in public.
Okay. Well, Father Eric, I have to say,
and he doesn't deserve that. I don't know why I'm trolling him. Like
I think he's more willing to honestly answer questions than the vast majority of people.
Yeah, but there's things he can't say publicly as a priest.
I don't remember exactly what you were asking about. You were asking about divorce? No, he was punching back.
Well, the divorce thing is where, he
was punching back with divorce.
Yeah, well, yeah, because that's divorce and remarriage is the unforgivable sin in the Roman Catholic Church.
He certainly believes that.
Yes, which is a weird one to pick once again, right? Like, of all the sins, that's the one that's unforgivable.
What I don't
your
like
spouse divorces you and you get married again. That's it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I find the entire idea of a Josephite marriage strange.
Oh yeah, no, that's it's not even getting into that. That's beyond the pale. Like,
although I have to say, despite what you have said, I have encountered Eastern Orthodox people who have told me they are in Josephite marriages.
Are they converts?
Yes.
Well, okay, they don't. I
am not aware.
Their spiritual father is. Ask where this is coming from.
Let's put it this way: the saintly father Seraphim Rose plays rather largely in their lives.
Okay, but he's not alive.
He isn't.
So he can't be their spiritual father.
That is true.
Are they under 50?
No.
Yeah, then that's not a thing. I'd be willing to bet money that's something they decided to do, not something they were told to do.
Okay. I totally believe they decided to do it, weren't told to do it. Yeah. But
because that is not supported by the church's teaching.
Why would being under or over 50 have anything to do with it?
Well, sometimes if they're postmenopause and they're over 50 and there's other things, then I would understand there may be some situation right, that causes them to no longer be sexually active as a couple, right? They're past childbearing age, right? Then, but if they're young people, right, like technically, according to Orthodox canon law, if you know for a fact that two people are unable to have children, you're not supposed to marry them under normal circumstances.
Yeah, that's similar things pertain.
Yeah, if you know what I mean. Now, there's exceptions and everything, right?
Yes.
And most people who end up not being able to don't know it at the time they're getting married, right, and stuff. But
I would love to host a discussion with you and Father Eric. One of the things I like about Father Eric was in my discussions with him and Sam. We used to have a lot of discussions about the Trinity years ago.
Yeah.
He says that from the liturgy, he believes the monarchical trinity is more in line with the liturgy than
the ancient liturgical stuff. Yeah.
And he believes that the filioque was trying to say something that maybe necessarily didn't need to add the word to the creed.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm like, well, does your bishop agree? And he said, I didn't feel the need to ask him.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's part of it is, yeah. I wouldn't want to put him in a position where he gets in trouble. Right.
I think that would
or
be
back him
very
into a
difficult.
corner on some of this stuff. Right.
Well, yeah, he
Right.
might feel backed in a corner. I mean, despite what he himself thinks, I think he's definitely on the fast track to becoming a bishop. His bishop sent him. He's finishing up his canon law degree, and so he's going to be the official, I guess, whatever they call the canon law judge
thing. Yeah.
In his diocese and stuff. But
he seems like a sincere, decent guy, and that's why
he is.
Right, if he was a pompous jerk, I would have no problem backing him into a corner and picking on him and stuff publicly, right? But
Yeah.
he's not, so I don't want.
No, he is a really nice guy. I really like him. And he is the official Catholic priest of my Discord community. So him and Yoav.
He did lead the people at Pajot Fest in booing me, however.
He did. Why?
Yes.
What happened?
You don't remember that?
No.
When I gave the talk on the bodily resurrection?
Yeah, what happened?
And at the beginning, because I structured the talk sort of around like Dante's Inferno, but I said, so we need a guide through the underworld.
Yeah.
And I said, but we don't want Virgil.
Okay.
I said, Virgil is boring. And that got light boos from that crowd.
Okay.
And then I said, it's not Virgil's fault. It's that Latin is boring.
Oh, yeah. Well.
And at that point, Father Eric like stood and yelled, boo this man. And like led the people in a chorus of boos.
Well, Latin is something he does actually very much like.
Yeah, which is bizarre to me.
And Thomas Aquinas. So that's my thing with Father Eric is I can always get away with quoting Maimonides.
Yeah.
Because Thomas Aquinas
quotes
Maimonides. So, yeah.
Yeah. But
Father Eric actually knows his Aquinas remarkably well.
Yeah. Well, he at one point asked me to come on his stream to talk about Thomas Aquinas, and I'm like, I know more about Thomas Aquinas than the average Orthodox priest by a lot.
Yeah.
Because I went to the University of Dallas originally for grad school in philosophy, which is like Cistercian monks, right, doing the faculty. And I was working on Aristotle, so like I read the entire Summa, which most Orthodox priests haven't read any Summa. So, but I don't know. I didn't see I'm like, why are we talking about? I mean, I get that you like Thomas Aquinas, Father Eric, but why are we talking about Thomas Aquinas?
Well, I mean, you actually know more philosophy than most people.
Yeah. I don't know. It just nothing ever came of it because I wasn't sure what exactly,
Okay.
I mean, are you wanting to discuss? I mean, I could give you some funny quotes from Orthodox bishops at the time about Thomas Aquinas, like the Patriarch of Constantinople, like in the generation he lived, said, "Oh, if only he'd been born in the East, so he didn't have all this filioque nonsense." He could have been such a great mind. But yeah,
I don't know. I mean, Aquinas seems like a pretty good guy. I don't see like he doesn't give me Martin Luther vibes.
Oh no. The problems with him are not that.
Yeah.
The problems with him are not that. And a lot of it does. I actually think that Patriarch of Constantinople was kind of correct in the sense that part of it was he was trying to use Latin. I really do think there's issues with trying to do philosophy and theology in Latin.
Well, I mean, we could all go back to Hebrew.
I'd be more for that than Latin.
Um,
Like Hebrew, Greek, or German are pretty much the only languages. English doesn't work really well either.
so I'm not sure if I've ever discussed the linguistic miracles with you. Have I?
Depends on what you mean by linguistic miracles.
I believe there are 2 linguistic miracles which disprove Christianity.
Oh, okay. Checkmate. Okay.
Checkmate. Yes. Yes. First one. Christians still to this day, including there are several, I mean, is it in tens of thousands of Christians, Israelis now, or is it up to 100,000 yet? They still have not figured out a way to say Trinity in Hebrew.
There's not a way to say triad or group of 3.
Shilush.
They use shilush, yeah, which is the rabbinic term for it, which means thirds.
Oh yeah, that thirds isn't good. There's not a word for a group of 3, like a trio.
Shalosh is 3. I mean, I actually thought they would use meshulash. Meshulash seemed to make more sense.
Because the Greek is just trios. It just means triad, like trio.
Well,
as opposed to duo, which is 2. You have a trio, that's 3.
When you say meshulash, you refer to the geometrical shape, and you don't want a confusion. When you say shilush in Hebrew,
Meshulash is a triangle?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, first of all, the root is shalosh. So you're talking about something that is 3, that is obvious. And now you have to think, how was it cast? So you have to, what other words are in the same mold? So you have shimush and shiputz. These are actions. These are something that you do.
Yeah, verbs.
So it's the practice of triangulation. I would translate it.
So if somebody went to Israel, Beethoven may not be popular there, but if they were performing one of Beethoven's piano trios,
well, first,
what would they call it?
Beethoven is very popular.
Very popular. The only one that is not allowed to be played in
is
Israel
Wagner.
is Wagner.
Well, yeah, you do. Yeah, for obvious reasons.
He's the only one, but other
Interestingly, you're not allowed to play Wagner in Lutheran churches.
Really?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
including the wedding
you were asking about Beethoven. What was the question?
But yeah, so Beethoven wrote a number of piano trios. It's like piano, cello, violin. So if someone's going to perform one of those in Israel, they put out a sign in Hebrew tonight. Beethoven's piano trio number 3, right?
Yeah,
number
but
2.
yeah.
How would you say that in Hebrew?
You don't. I think this basically music. There's all musical terms because the player themselves.
You transliterate trio probably, yeah.
No, the player themselves. I mean, I'm a member of an orchestra. Yeah. The members themselves are using the international musical language, like forte and piano and whatever, because players are often international. When you assemble an orchestra, I mean, my orchestra is mostly Russian speaking. So you have to speak the international musical terms. This is why trio and quartet and whatever are never translated.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now you have learned that I'm a member of an orchestra. You never knew that. Apart from being a religious leader.
hey, Maimonides says, in order to be a prophet, you must know how to play an instrument. He does say that. But from what I know, Christians who speak Hebrew, in order to make clear what they're talking about, they say Shilush HaKadosh.
Yes.
The holy
thirds.
Okay.
No, it's Jacob. You lose here. There is the term in Hebrew, but okay, you had the second argument.
I have my second argument. So, Sam and I many years ago were arguing about Son of Man being capital S, capital M, Son of Man, and I said to him,
which sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't. Yeah.
Well, I said to him in Hebrew, you can't even like imply that it's something special.
Yeah, and you can even say Barnash in Hebrew; you will be understood.
Well, sort of. You can use the definite article in biblical Hebrew.
There's a problem there. Let me tell you why. So this is specifically in Aramaic, trying to use the definite article for Son of Man. And that's why the Peshitta sometimes uses bare din denasha, right? In order to make clear that they are not just using Barnash. Because if they did, what Jesus was saying sounds a lot different from capital S, capital M, Son of
Yeah.
Right?
No, you cannot say Haben Adam in Hebrew. I mean, you can say you can say it in slang, but it has some other meaning.
What I need,
you have to say Ben Adam, and it just doesn't work. I would
need to look up.
It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
What I would need to look up, honestly, is how it's phrased in the Hebrew recensions of the Book of Enoch. Because that's where the Son of Man is referred to as this apocalyptic figure.
As far as I know,
before the New Testament.
Geza Vermesh was the one who did a lot of the original writing on this. He says it's in writings at the time, it was always just Barnash. Now, if you want to make it the Son of Man, in Aramaic, the definite article is
at the end.
And it's an olive.
Yeah, it's an olive at the end. Yeah.
Right. And you run up into a problem, which is that in Aramaic, Barnash and Baranash, because Anash means man, is the exact same thing.
Right.
So that is another linguistic miracle which prevents you from putting a definite article on Son of Man.
No, it doesn't disprove Christianity, but it shows that Christianity.
Whose side are you on, Yoav?
But it does. Second, it just proves that Christianity will never corrupt the true Hebrews. Whoever keeping to Hebrew as a mother language or Aramaic as a mother language will keep to their tradition. They will not be corrupted.
But there is a way. I mean, we have Hebrew First Enoch, right? And so there was some way of indicating that apocalyptic figure, as opposed to other cases. So there are other cases in the Hebrew Bible where it's clear, like when Ezekiel gets called that.
Is this available online? Maybe I can.
I don't know, but I'd have to do research on that and see how.
Hebrew First Enoch?
Yeah. Because the New Testament, when it's even in the New Testament, it's not always referring to the apocalyptic figure. But when like Jesus talks about the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with the angels,
so Google
right at the judgment, that's referring to the apocalyptic figure. Right.
So according to Google's understanding of Wikipedia, no Hebrew version of the Book of Enoch is known to have survived.
No, it's in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Copies of the earlier sections of First Enoch were preserved in Aramaic. Yes.
No, there's also Aramaic, but there's also Hebrew. At least fragments. Maybe not the whole text. No, I know not the whole text, but there are pieces of Hebrew First Enoch extant. Maybe not any of the relevant ones. We'd have to find one with. But even seeing how the Aramaic rendered it would be helpful in this regard.
Yeah, but so those are my two linguistic miracles.
But so those New Testament references are references to a pre-existing Jewish tradition, which was signified in Hebrew and Aramaic in some way.
Geza Vermesh makes an argument that I find convenient. I'll be honest with you. I didn't really look into all of his scholarly. I'm not a huge fan of textual criticism myself.
Yeah,
but I enjoyed it.
You got to see how much he even delved into Second Temple Jewish literature.
Oh, he did. I mean,
the Tell scholarship in the 1980s, scholars ignored it.
Yeah,
they
but
ignored most of those texts.
He's the one who basically started.
I know he did the Dead Sea Scrolls, proper, right?
Yeah.
But I'm talking about in terms of like using them to interpret the canonical scriptures.
Yeah.
Not as just curiosities. Like,
well, I mean, he was a Catholic priest.
Yeah.
So obviously,
in a fundamentally Protestant discipline, but yeah, the discipline has Protestant presuppositions, right? Even though he didn't share those presuppositions, right? Like the way you're taught to address texts.
I'm just saying those two linguistic miracles.
And I say that because there, for example, there's no reason for a Roman Catholic priest to do textual criticism. If you're a Roman Catholic priest, the authoritative text is the 16th century Latin Vulgate, endorsed by the Council of Trent. That is the official text of the Roman Catholic Church since Trent.
I mean,
in terms of authority within the Roman Catholic Church, that text. You can study earlier texts and other different things and get things out of them, right? But in terms of what has authority in the Roman Catholic Church,
I think they currently are the current line is Jerome translated the Masoretic text, and so the
he tried. Yes.
Yeah.
I have great respect for St. Jerome. I have an icon of him in my office, but he was leaning on the Greek really hard.
I could believe it.
While trying, he was the only one who even made an effort to learn Hebrew. So you got to respect him for that too.
And he went to the Holy Land and studied with rabbis.
Yeah. Bethlehem to do it. Yeah, he confessed at one point that whenever he was struggling with temptations to lust, he would study Hebrew because it would kill it.
Yeah. Okay, I need a reference for that quote.
I'll get you one.
Because I'll actually be.
Yeah, I mean, I was just stumbled upon in the Song of Song. There is this pictorial description of the breast of a woman.
Yes.
Remember what it is. And I was suddenly trying to picture it in my mind. Two twins, sons of a deer, was trying to imagine it on a woman's breast, completely put me off any thoughts of lust, just the picture.
Somebody made a meme where they said, King Solomon's perfect woman. And they took all the descriptions literally and took like photos and cut and pasted all the imagery like onto a woman. You know, your hair is like this, your breasts are like this.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is, for me is important because they meant something.
Yeah.
And I really want to get into their minds and wanted to know what were they thinking about actually.
Yeah, the reading like Victorian Protestants trying to deal with the Song of Solomon is super fun because it's about everything other than sex. Like
Yeah. If you just translate it literally, then
it's
of course.
you know, everything else. It is
It's
definitely not about that, right? Like,
yeah, so you take your children to the zoo and you see the deers and it's all very cute. Why not?
Yeah, yeah. I had a Protestant ask me, do, do they read Song of Songs in Solomon? I'm like, well, I'm Sephardim every Friday afternoon in synagogue. The entirety of the Book of Psalms is read. And he said, and I said that to him. He's like, in front of women and children.
oh, that's not even.
And I said, not only that, but they know the original, but the especially the children know the Hebrew.
Yeah.
So you can't even hide it in funny translation.
Like that's Song of Solomon is like tame compared to like Ezekiel 23. Like
oh, the donkey, yeah, yes.
Like when I got to Ezekiel in the Bible study, like my sister had been coming to my younger sister had been coming to the Bible studies, and she like looked ahead. She's like, "Yeah, I'm skipping that week. I don't want to hear you talking about that. I don't want to hear you reading that out loud."
I mean, Tamar and Judah, you cannot avoid.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that entire story. I don't know what.
Oh, this is an absolutely true story.
Yeah.
When I was living in Grand Rapids,
okay,
I ran a one summer I ran a vacation Bible school for CRC Church in the region around Grand Rapids. That narrows it down to about 150.
The holy city of Grand.
Yes, that narrows it down to 150 churches. So I'm not telling on anybody, right? But so elderly pastor, okay.
Yeah.
So vacation Bible school, right? The kids show up during the week, right? All week, memorize some Bible verses, right? And then in the service on Sunday, they do a little program. Their parents all get invited, right? Oh, that's nice. Look, they said their Bible verse, right? And then they're having an ice cream social after the service. Okay. Elderly pastor has been preaching through Genesis. He is old school. He does not skip parts of Genesis. He does not deviate, right? And so, with all of the neighborhood parents there and the little kids having just done their programs, he reads and preaches on Judah and Tamar, talking about Onan, talking about the whole thing. And then at the end, okay, now our ice cream social, everybody. Hey,
kids. How old were these kids?
Between the ages of like 5 and 12.
Yeah, it's the 12-year-olds that are the biggest problem.
Yeah, and all the parents from the neighborhood who normally don't come to church.
Yeah. Especially in Grand Rapids.
Yes.
Yeah. Grand Rapids, I would analogize to Beersheba. Yeah. I think that's the proper thing. Beersheba in Israel is a somewhat rural, out of the way town that's still large enough to have its own university.
So, yeah, but it is only that for CRC black shirts. If you're in RCA White Shirt, it's nearby Holland, Michigan,
Okay.
where Western University is, and where they have their seminary. That's and in between the two is Zeeland, Michigan. By the way, I don't think we ever talked about this. There's a movie on Amazon Prime starring Nicole Kidman
Okay.
called Holland
Okay.
that takes place in Holland, Michigan,
Okay.
like in the late 70s or early 80s. They turned my childhood into a horror movie.
I
Like
still
literally, it's in a Dutch community. She has these Jello molds hanging on her kitchen wall in that movie that
yeah.
my mom has right now hanging on her wall.
I could believe you.
Like, it is, if you want to see Dutch upbringing in all of its horror and beauty and majesty all at once, Holland.
I have Big Bang Theory trivia for you.
Don't watch it, but go ahead.
15 years ago, maybe a little bit more, I was working at a comic book store.
Okay.
Where we had, so I was the Magic the Gathering guy, of course, and we had D&D figures.
Yeah.
And there was a set dresser from The Big Bang Theory who would come and
buy nerd stuff to put in the background.
Yes. And so we had to find her all the nerd stuff that she could put in the background, which at the same time were not recognizably trademarked.
Oh, yeah. So it was all the like indie comics companies and
well, so all the polyhedral dice. She loved the polyhedral dice. She bought more dice than even a normal D&D fan. She bought maps, the hexagonal maps and stuff. Figures, as long as it wasn't like she couldn't do the big dragons that were recognizably like a particular dragon type stuff. But it was interesting helping her shop for those. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know who produced it. Like sometimes you can, like if Warner Brothers is producing it, you could get away with DC Comics stuff, right? Or,
Yeah,
if
it
not,
really depends who owns the property. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so you're kind of stuck. And that was probably before Marvel was owned by Disney. So,
I mean, yeah. The big thing is she didn't want because we were like, well, I mean, D&D books and D&D figures and stuff, and she's like, nope, can't.
Yeah,
can't
Wizards
buy,
of the Coast. Yeah,
can't buy anything.
Not owned by a conglomerate. Well, not owned by one that makes TV, Hasbro.
Well, Hasbro
tried to make TV. It just went really poorly recently.
Yeah.
Did you hear about that?
I did not.
They spent, I think it was $3.5 billion buying a studio because they were going to make like movies with like Dungeons and Dragons property and stuff. And they rolled out briefly. I don't think it still exists. They had a streaming Dungeons and Dragons network.
Okay.
Where they mostly showed reruns of the cartoon, but they had a couple of like new shows they produced and stuff. Not much came out of it. Then they realized it was a bust, and they sold it like 2 years later, which was about a year ago, for $1.5 billion. Just took a bath, right? And it's almost crushed Hasbro. Like if you go to an Ollie's now, it's full of like Hasbro action figures, remainder D&D stuff.
Well, I mean, I told you, I'm pretty sure I've told you that before I sued Wizards of the Coast, Hasbro was in the S&P 500. After we settled, they weren't anymore.
You crushed them.
Yeah, I mean, I have a non-disclosure agreement, which I've violated many, many times, but I did settle with them.
Yeah.
And I did buy a new car.
Like I got at Ollie's recently, I got like two like full-size boxes of dungeon tiles for $3 each.
Okay.
They did a Dragonlance like board game that was MSRP $100. I got it for 10.
Wow.
And like they're just remaindering stuff for nothing.
Yeah. When I was still involved with Magic and Hasbro, they promised that they were not going to. They were never going to use D&D in Magic the Gathering because people were very much like, no, Magic the Gathering has its own mythos. Lately, they've been printing things like King Kong and Godzilla.
Oh yeah, but they sold really well. The first couple of those they did sold really well. I own all 4 of the Doctor Who Commander decks.
Really?
Over there, yeah. And I got my wife the Fallout Commander decks when those came out.
Do you guys actually play Commander?
So I basically, when my nephew was living with us, I was like, who's big into Magic, I'm like, you got to teach me. And I got these Doctor Who, you got to teach me. And he's like, the Doctor Who set is, I guess, the worst possible set to try to learn from. Like, it's super complex.
Oh, Commander is the most difficult.
Yeah. In general. And the Doctor Who decks, apparently, in particular, are really,
I can believe it, yeah.
Like crazy. So we played around a little with the Fallout decks when my wife got them. But that's about it.
Yeah, if you want to actually learn how to play Magic, the best way is to download any of the very many apps and Steam games, etc., and just play the tutorial. And after, that'll get you the very basics, and then after that, you can start learning other things. But that's so much better than actually trying to learn using more complex stuff.
Yeah. Apparently, in the Doctor Who Commander decks, they brought back a lot of old mechanics, but it was like several of them in each deck. They brought.
Yeah. That's what Commander's for. Yes.
Yeah.
I want to say goodbye because I have to organize. My wife reminds me a birthday party for my grandchild.
Mazel tov.
Just to comment that I'm in the business of producing action figures because I'm making 3D printers in color. So there are shops that you can order your own action figure, whatever size, whatever action figure you dream about. You can design it and order it. Not that I recommend it. It will be too expensive.
Father Stephen action figures?
Yeah,
you could.
What, me?
Yeah, you could go and design your own.
What, me? Action figure? What?
Yeah,
No. I mean an action figure of Father Stephen.
Oh.
Yeah,
yes.
This is a possibility, but there are shops. You can order.
I almost did that at
online,
one point.
Whatever action figure in whatever shape and form and color that you want.
We could have a Be a Pharisee action figure set.
Did you actually buy a bunch of those shirts?
I did.
I get no money.
I didn't think you did, but they were on sale. They were the same price as T-shirts I regularly buy.
Yeah.
And I bought
Did you get the white one with the blue letters?
I got several of different colors.
Oh, okay.
But you don't get to change the letter color.
Oh, okay.
And I
didn't set it up. I don't know that. I know it's a limited time until the conference. But.
Yeah, I got 4 different shirts, and I'm gonna give one to Andrew and one to Trey, and we'll see if anybody else wants one. And I figured
assume you got the ones without St. Paul.
Yes, I did. I got the ones without the picture of St. Paul. Yeah. But I will see you. Buy you off. But I figured
they did bumper stickers and stuff too.
I saw the bumper stickers, but it was like the T-shirts were only $15.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's
where
a good price for a T-shirt. Yeah.
Yeah, where are you going to get a decent wearable T-shirt for $15?
So, yeah, that's what people voted for that. Apparently, they posted in the group a bunch of possible things. And it was not long after I did the Be a Pharisee thing. And so that's what people voted for that they wanted.
Hey.
People demanded it.
I definitely was like I need to buy at least one of these shirts. And I mean, I can't think of a better present from my YouTube channel than Be a Pharisee, Father Stephen the Young. Except maybe Ball of Tarsus, Father. See, you have real fans, Father Stephen. I don't think anybody would wear a T-shirt with my face on it.
These shirts are better. I'd rather wear one of these than one with my face on it. But
yeah, how much was the shirt? I was just looking at it, but it was on sale. Like, how could you not? Yeah.
Yeah, I think they just did like one conference shirt last time, but like everybody wanted them, so they did a few more options this time.
There's a bunch of them, but yeah, $15.39 for a classic T-shirt. I mean, how could you go wrong with that?
There it is. Be a Pharisee.
Yeah. See, that's not good. That's not what it looked like when I.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I hope
They've got pink ones for the ladies. That's nice. That's.
It wasn't black. The thing wasn't black.
Maybe that's under a different listing. I thought there was one that had blue.
Yeah, the one I got was blue. I have no idea what's going on here. Yeah, it was blue. Did somebody change things?
There's the blue one. No, that's the sticker.
That's the sticker.
Yeah.
There's the T-shirt. This is very.
Maybe you got the last one. I don't know.
No, they print them after you.
Oh, it's on demand. Order on demand.
Yeah, and if I knew they had white, I actually might have gone with white. But okay, when I was doing it, it actually, I don't know, maybe the StreamYard software is playing with their code.
That could be, yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of, because when I was doing it, it did change color depending on which. That's not so bad. That I actually would have gotten as opposed to one of the ones I did. Yeah. Now I don't even remember exactly what I did. But yeah.
So yeah, that was a great. There are some clips they've done from my things that have been getting great comments on YouTube, because they put them as YouTube shorts. So of course there's not much context. And the Be a Pharisee thing, lots of Protestants flipping out. Like, what?
I don't mind. You can trigger you can trigger them all you like.
Yeah.
Father Stephen action figures now with actions judo chop. Hiya.
Well, I almost got, so there was a point where Hasbro briefly you could get a custom G.I. Joe.
Okay.
Where it was basically like you pick one of a bunch of body designs, and then they do from a photo, they do a model of your face. But they couldn't do the beard correctly. And even if I got one that looked exactly like me without a beard, no one would recognize it because I always have a beard. So I ended up not getting it because it was fairly pricey too to get one made. I'm like, Shipwreck had a beard, man. Shipwreck. How could you not?
Yeah. Okay, Father Stephen, was there anything else you wanted to talk about?
Nah, I'm just saying, hey.
If anybody has quotes, I will give you questions. I will give you 30 seconds to furiously write down all your questions for Father Stephen, and I may decide to even ask them or not.
Remember, folks, in a world of Hasmoneans, be a Pharisee.
Yeah, that's yeah. Yes. There's, as I like to point out to people, there's a reason why the Book of Hasmoneans isn't in my Bible.
Yeah.
Yeah. We actually believe in division of church and state, kind of.
Kind of. At least priests and kings. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, actually, there is a question I want you to answer. So
tonight's Lord of Spirits, by the way, was about flood stories.
Flood stories.
Yeah. So we talked about Mesopotamian flood stories.
Epic of Gilgamesh.
Yeah, but also Atrahasis and the Sumerian flood story and some Berosus. And then we talked about Atlantis, and then we talked about and then Genesis, and sort of how you see what's going on in Genesis when you read it against the background of the other versions of the story, right?
How do we feel about making notations inside of the Bibles for study? The gospel is an icon. The Bible is holy. What about taking a highlighter to verses for study? When is it okay and not okay? The one thing Protestants do, which really bothers my sensibilities as a Jew, is taking their Bibles into the bathroom.
Oh, yeah, that's weird. But you have to understand, Protestants don't believe in sacred space.
I get it.
They don't believe in clean and unclean space, which is weird.
As an Orthodox Jew, if you have an American coin or dollar bill in your pocket, it must be in something else in your pocket if you're going to walk into the bathroom, because it requires a double cover, because it says God on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I don't know if you noticed at the conference, like, that I take my pectoral cross off before I go to the bathroom.
I did not know that.
Yeah. You don't bring it with you. That's into the bathroom.
So where do you leave it if like
wherever? On a table, on a
hold on. If you're at the airport and you're about to go to a bathroom, you just
Well, I'm usually not wearing it at the airport.
Oh. I thought you always had to wear it. Well, I thought
No. If I'm at the airport, it's inside a box inside my carry-on.
Okay.
Double covered.
but you wear a cassock, right?
Sometimes, not always when I'm flying.
Okay.
Just because it's hard to maneuver around.
Mm.
So sometimes I just wear like black pants and a clerical shirt.
Okay.
Like while I'm on the plane, and then when I get off the plane, I put a cassock on.
Okay. So a Roman collar?
I usually don't put the collar in.
Okay.
I have it in my pocket when people ask what it is. I say I'm off duty.
As far as
I don't believe in writing in books in general. That's just not a thing. I'm weird about my books that way.
Taking notes in your Talmud is considered almost obligatory when you're studying Talmud.
Yeah. I'm not saying there's something wrong with it. I'm just saying me personally, I have a thing I don't write in my books.
But so since we use scrolls liturgically, it's not the same thing as like a Tanakh I have putting stuff in it, as opposed to like obviously you wouldn't write in a scroll. Not that I've ever had ink and a quill to write on a scroll with. Question for Father Stephen: was the original liturgy of Antioch in Aramaic or Greek?
My name's spelled with a PH, so we'll have to find that other Father Stephen and ask him the question.
Okay.
No, originally it was in Aramaic.
It was?
Specifically Syriac, yeah.
Okay.
And then it was required to be in Greek during what's sometimes called the Greek captivity of the Patriarchate of Antioch. And then in the early 20th century, they were able to start translating everything into Arabic and do it in the language of the people.
So I am going to read Gideon's question on my server, which obviously was geared to me and Yosef, but I want to hear your thoughts.
My beard is making me look that rabbinical that
yes,
you would ask me this question. Yeah.
Are there any good books on the development of the synagogue from an Orthodox Jewish perspective? Most of the stuff I have read, which to be fair is only really introductory stuff, presumes a historical critical view of the development of Judaism more generally. I would be curious to read an Orthodox Jewish perspective on it, and I'll give you my answer, which you might find funny and you might not. This was my answer. Sure, Isaiah and Hosea are two of the better ones. The synagogue was established by the prophets after the destruction of the first temple to give us a way of bringing the calves of our lips without trampling God's word. I wrote words. I meant God's courts. For a more historical point of view, you can see the schismatic documents Acts and Matthew to understand that the synagogue was an established part of Jewish life even during the entirety of the existence of the Second Temple period.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
I mean, from an Orthodox Jewish perspective, right? I mean,
yes.
Is Boyarin count? Probably not for you.
I mean, I cannot deny that he is more of an Orthodox Jew than I am, considering that he actually goes, well, I don't know if he goes to synagogue more than I do, but he goes to, he goes to the Chabad at Berkeley when he goes to synagogue. And he wears a yarmulke, which I don't. He also has earrings, which most Orthodox Jews would not.
Yeah.
His views are definitely not religious points of views.
Yeah. That's the closest thing I can think of. But he would probably consider that to be in the historical critical category. Maybe.
But I was actually more interested in when you believe synagogue worship started.
Oh, me personally?
Yes.
Well, no, it's post-exilic. I mean, I think they're taking forms that were kind of improvised during the exile, frankly. And then institutionalizing them when they're able to.
Okay, so who do you think institutionalized it? Like, do you believe they were valid? Like, the synagogues Jesus went to, I assume you believe were valid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who instituted them?
What, you want a name?
Well, we actually have names.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
yeah.
Does
that sound credible to you that Ezra and
sure for Judea, yeah, but I mean, you also have them show up in the Egyptian Jewish community, the Mesopotamian Jewish community, right? Like,
well, to
and then throughout the diaspora, right?
Well, to the degree that they were following what the prophets said, yes.
Right. But I mean, communication and stuff
would be schismatic.
Yes. Right. It's a thing that arises,
Yeah.
And that's why I say it comes from during the exile, right? After the destruction of the first temple, people are finding ways to pray, worship, gather places, right? And then out of that, when it gets institutionalized, once they're able to return to Judea, the people who stay in Mesopotamia, the communities that spent that whole time in Egypt, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure at that point, when we're talking about like the early 5th century BC, where they're showing, I'm sure there was more variation at that point.
See,
Right?
I would say
then later, right?
I would say the opposite. I would say there was less variation at that point.
The Alexandrians were up to some shenanigans, man.
Yeah, but they were just wrong.
Huh?
See, they, as far as I'm concerned, they were just wrong.
Well, okay, but I'm saying there was variation in the sense that the Alexandrian synagogues were doing something different than the Judean ones. That's what I mean by variation.
Okay, but I wouldn't I wouldn't recognize them as being synagogues.
Right. And I think the Judean model prevailed. Ironically, I think in part because of the destruction of Judea by the Romans.
Because of the because they
yeah. That caused the Pharisees were now no longer concentrated in the Levant. And so that's why St. Paul is running into already before the destruction of the temple, he's starting to run into Pharisees in like Asia Minor and stuff.
Yeah.
And that's once everyone is forced out, right? That causes them to spread. And so I think their presence, because you see this evolution, right? Independent Alexandrian Judaism essentially ceases to exist over the course of whatever they were doing, right? Their temple gets destroyed a few years after Jerusalem's, right? And then it kind of gets mainstreamed, right? Their synagogues, right? Based on all the evidence we have from like the Cairo Geniza and stuff, right? Like they're right into the Judean model, right? And so I think that regularization happens, and part of the reason why Pharisaism prevails outside of what was Judea is because the Pharisees were sort of thrown out, right? And went to these other places. And gravitated into leadership roles and sort of standardized and regularized everything.
Yeah, I would view that somewhat how you would view like the apostles spreading out, and right, because as far as I am concerned, right, there is the proper institution of the synagogues by the prophets, which is what was continued by the rabbis.
Right. So that's
Yeah. So do the Syriacs have the closest liturgy to the original one of Antioch?
No, because before they were forced to do it in Greek, they were doing the liturgy of St. John Chrysostom just in translation.
Okay.
Whereas, depending on which Syriac group we're talking about, there's West Syriac and East Syriac. This gets really complicated with the Church of the East, the Assyrians, versus like the Syriac, and even the Indian Orthodox have a Syriac liturgy.
Yeah.
And so there's some variation there, but mostly they're doing a liturgy that they believe goes back to the apostles Thomas and Thaddeus.
Okay. I thought you mentioned a liturgy of St. James once.
Yeah, that's the Patriarchate of Jerusalem still does the liturgy of St. James.
And is that in Aramaic?
They do it in Greek now,
okay.
But it was originally done in, yeah.
So do we have the original Aramaic?
We have what we believe to be the original Aramaic.
Okay.
Part of the problem is that the texts we have are from later. So like they have the Nicene Creed inserted into them, which obviously wasn't there
right.
before the Council of Nicaea, right? So like insertions were made, but you could take you know what those are, right? So you could kind of back it up a step.
I would be interested in seeing the Aramaic of that.
Yeah, so like the liturgy of St. John Chrysostom and the liturgy of St. Basil the Great who they're named after. They didn't write the whole liturgy. They just wrote certain prayers that are in the liturgy. The structure of the liturgy itself for both of those liturgies is what's called the Ephesian liturgy, that goes back to your favorite saint, Saint Paul, in Asia Minor and Greece, right? That area. And so the basic structure goes back to him. The particular prayers are what are called the anaphora prayers. They're the Eucharistic prayers. And our earliest sources, like if you read St. Justin the Philosopher and stuff, that they'll say in the early 2nd century that each bishop did their own sort of, that was part of their job as the bishop, was to write their own anaphora prayers. And what ends up happening is that obviously you have bishops of different levels of education and eloquence and et cetera, et cetera. And so certain prominent bishops like St. John Chrysostom, like St. Basil the Great, St. Gregory, the theologian, their prayers were just sort of really good and really beautiful. And so other churches started just using those instead of each bishop trying to reinvent the wheel. And that's how those came to be the ones that are used. But the structure is older than those figures.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's an equivalent in Jewish liturgics where at certain points, certain rabbis wrote certain prayers.
So our liturgy is pretty much set from the Talmud in Brachot. So there's a tractate Brachot, and that is obviously a commentary on the Mishnah tractate Brachot. And so, I mean, very clearly the various rabbis, the various opinions, I mean, different parts of it's interspersed throughout the Talmud, where different rabbis at different times are asked what their opinions are, and the structure. I mean, we believe ultimately the structure is from the prophets, right? So, for example, the Amidah prayer, right? And so when we say prayer, when we say tefillah, right, that refers to the Amidah. And there's an Amidah for every sacrifice. So there's a morning Amidah, there's an evening Amidah. So that's there was the Olah of the morning and the Olah of the afternoon. And then the evening prayer, we say, is actually a voluntary one that people started to say, although ultimately there is this idea that they each go back to the patriarchs, Abraham for the morning prayer, Isaac for the afternoon prayer, and Jacob for the evening prayer. But the evening prayer is said at the same time that the leftovers were burnt on the altar in the evening.
Right. Yeah.
And then on days when there were additional offerings, there's also a Musaf prayer. So most days have 3 Amidas. Some days have 4. And on Yom Kippur, there's 5, which is actually one of the reasons. There's a lot of things in Islam which seems like their daily prayers come from the Yom Kippur liturgy specifically. And that's one of the indications for me.
There are a group of Arab tribes that became converted to Judaism before they ended up becoming Islamic.
Right. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have 5 prayers only on Yom Kippur, but Muslims obviously they do that every day. And I mean The Shema, obviously, there's morning and evening. That's, we believe, from the Bible and always has been. There was a time when people would recite the Ten Commandments, which we've also found copies of in Qumran. But if I remember correctly, the Talmud says that was stopped because in reaction to people who were putting too much emphasis on the Ten Commandments as the only commandments.
Do you think those were Jews or do you think those were Christians?
I think those were Christians.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the places where the Talmud might be reacting to Christianity.
I do.
Yeah.
So there used to be recitations of the Ten Commandments also, and then as far as reading the Torah reading on the Sabbath, we believe goes back to Moses, and Monday and Thursday is referred to as one of the Takanot of Ezra, one of the edicts of Ezra, is to have the Torah reading on Mondays and Thursdays. And people still to this day sometimes fast on Mondays and Thursdays, and we say special confessions on Mondays and Thursdays. And I think that's what the Didache is referring to in terms of the fasting of the hypocrites.
Yeah, don't do it with the hypocrites, meaning the Pharisees.
Yeah. So
But do it on Wednesday and Friday, which the Orthodox still do.
Yeah, you do it on Wednesday and Friday, but because somebody asked me, so you guys fast on Tuesday and Thursday? I'm like, no, it's Monday and Thursday. And there are still people who, especially Ashkenazim, who fast on Mondays and Thursdays. But as far as the liturgies, so I mean,
like there's the structure and then there's the like verbatim contents, right?
Okay, so when it comes down to the verbatim contents, they actually pretty much all of them, the standardization came around 500 years ago, which was the Arizal when he taught his basic, his teachings about how prayers should be done. So basically, two rites came out of the Sephardi Ashkenazi divide happened 500 years ago. What happened was in Sfat, Rabbi Joseph Caro, I always call him Cairo, and it's Caro. It's not Cairo, it's Caro. So he wrote a book, which usually gets translated as Code of Jewish Law, the Shulchan Aruch, which was his codification of earlier codifications. Rabbi Moses Isserles, who lived in Germany, wrote a commentary on the Shulchan Aruch, which he called the Mapa, very cutely, right? Mapa means tablecloth. And that was his response was, oh, well, the Shulchan Aruch is, Rabbi Caro is Sephardic, we're Ashkenazi, we do things a little bit differently, right? And that really codified, it's no coincidence that this was when the printing press came out, right? That really codified the two rites, Sephardic and Ashkenazi. And at the same time, there developed, prayer books started being printed. And so it became more standardized. We ended up with two rites, Sephardic and Ashkenaz. And then when the Hasidic movement started about 300 years ago, they started a rite which is called Nusach Sephard, which took on aspects, more Kabbalistic aspects from the Sephardic rites of the Arizal. And so those are the three major rites that exist. Any synagogue you go to, like if you go to a Minyan Finder, which is a website, you can search. Actually, they have 4 rites on there, which is Chabad has their own version of Nusach Sfard. It's not that different, but because there are enough Chabads, you can search by Chabad, Sfard, Sephardi, and Ashkenaz. And basically, any synagogue you go to, there's usually a the synagogue has a particular rite that is the Shlech Tzibur will pray out loud. And I mean, when I go, I there's usually a Sephardic Siddur, so I can follow along. They're not so different that it's difficult to follow along. There are differences, right? But the basic things, Baruch Hu, right? Kaddish, the Shema, the Amidah, right? You just follow along.
Yeah.
Yeah. The what you call it? The Chitat I got you has a Chabad Siddur in it. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's something from the Book of Jubilees class that you might find interesting, right?
Yeah.
So one of the big things in the Book of Jubilees is it's arguing, one of the big overarching meta arguments, right, is that the festal cycle, right, the Jewish festal cycle is not something that's just, it's revealed at Sinai in the sense of like made plain, but that it's built into the structure of time itself, right? Like as created by God.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So, I mean, exhibit A of that being Genesis 1, right? Like the Sabbath is built into creation.
7 days of creation. Right.
Right. But it takes that all the way, right? So, like we were doing the story, go through the story of Joseph, right, in the class on Tuesday, or the beginning of the story of Joseph, and it's very whittled down. It's actually a place where instead of being expanded, it's like there's most of the details are left out.
Okay.
Just sort of matter-of-factly says that Joseph's brothers sell him into slavery and they take him to Egypt.
Oh, it doesn't have the whole thing
The
of
whole
the
exchange
dream.
between the brothers wanting to kill him and no, don't kill him, and no, all that's left out, right?
Okay.
Joseph gets sent to Egypt. They take his robe, dip it in goat's blood, right? Bring it, show it to Jacob. And then it says, and so, because of the mourning of Jacob and his family, they instituted a day of fasting and repentance on that day every year going forward on the 10th day of the 7th month.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Right. And so I said, okay, let's everybody back up. Right. That's Yom Kippur. Right.
Yeah.
Like I said, notice what happens with Joseph. Joseph gets sent away.
Yeah.
They dip his robe in the blood of a goat.
Okay.
To cover up the sin they've
committed.
Right. And so the reason all the details have been whittled out is because they're trying to make it this sort of
Yom Kippur.
Poor version of Yom Kippur, right?
Yeah,
to connect that to Joseph. But everything like that is like read back into the patriarchs, right? Like, you know, Isaac is just, I'm going to celebrate Sukkot, you know? You're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
But it's because of that idea, right? So when the Torah is given to Moses about Sinai, it's just spelling it all out for you. For those of you not righteous enough, like the patriarchs, to have figured it out on your own, right? Like,
I mean, there is this idea, and I think a lot of times when I mean, I mentioned it actually at the Bible study today because David pointed out there's a midrash that asks, how did Isaac, because we believe that the patriarchs kept the Torah even before it was given, right? And so it asks, how did Isaac eat the food that the game that Esau was hunting?
Wild animals,
right? And so it says that he was such a good hunter that with his arrow he would shecht the
and all the blood would drain.
Yeah. and David takes this a little bit too seriously. I and frankly, there is an unfortunate reaction to reform and conservative being so anti-literal, where
you get a little bit of evangelical style fundamentalism creeping into your Judaism.
You do, which honestly is completely indefensible.
Yeah.
Right? The Talmud has a very clear discussion about whether or not there was ever a person named Job, where rabbis say, no, there was not, and it is absolutely outside of anything acceptable within Judaism to say that things which rabbis in the Talmud argued is completely outside of Judaism.
Right.
Obviously, we disagree with various things, but you can't.
Right.
You
It's
can't
somewhere,
say,
maybe at the edge of the camp, but it's still in the camp. Yeah.
You can't say. I mean, it might even not be something acceptable today.
Yeah.
But you can't say that somebody who says such a thing is a heretic.
Yeah.
Right. And so, like, I mean, to the point where I've asked, actually, Rabbi Breitowitz has said I have permission to publicize this answer he gave me, which is, I asked, according to Maimonides, is somebody, not that I believe this, not that I agree anyone should believe this, but someone who believes that Abraham wasn't an actual human being.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would such a person be considered a heretic according to Maimonides? And Rabbi Breitowitz and other rabbis have said, no, according to Maimonides, that person would not be a heretic, meaning that basically someone who believes such a thing, not that I believe such a thing.
They're wrong.
I endorse such a thing, but such a person would not be considered heretical within Judaism.
Just because you're wrong doesn't necessarily mean you're a heretic. Yes.
Yes.
Now, if you say that about Moses, you're in a whole other.
Moses is
because he can't have received the Torah if he didn't exist.
Yeah, Moses, and frankly, honestly, even so, one of the more controversial opinions I think is probably valid, but I am no one to have an opinion on what is valid or not, is the idea that possibly Moses wrote the Torah in parts and it was put together by someone. There are people who very much disagree with me about the possibility of that having happened.
Yeah.
And who am I to have an opinion?
So here's my question about whether my view would be acceptable.
Well, yeah.
Which is, my view of the Torah is that Moses wrote what became the Torah, in the sense that, strictly speaking, the language of a lot of the Torah didn't exist at the time of Moses.
What do you mean?
Meaning, like some of the literal word forms and stuff.
No.
Yeah, that's what I figured. right.
Yeah, no.
And there are place names. What do you do with the place names that are updated? Like where it says blank that used to be called blank. And the used to be called is what it was called in Moses's day.
Well,
is it acceptable to say that was a later person clarifying?
I would hope so, maybe. You
'Cause,
have
like,
to
that's what I
understand-
mean by updated in a lot of cases, right? Is that somebody came and like things like that, where it's
So-
not changing it, it's just an explanatory.
I personally think that adding things like "and God said to Moses," right, does not. But first of all, I have to say that I don't hold this opinion in any way firmly.
No, we're talking about what's acceptable, not not what you hold to.
Yeah, God forgive me, but look, the fact is, when it comes down to it, when you ask what is the Jewish canon is the 5 books of Moses.
Right.
And we know what the 5 books of Moses is. I know what the 5 books of Moses is because as a child, my father pointed it out to me and taught me to say, "V'zot haTorah asher Moshe sam zot haTorah asher sam Moshe lifnei bnei Yisrael Torah tziva lanu Moshe marsha keilat Yaakov." Right? That and the Shema are the 2 verses that a child is supposed to be taught as a child. Zot haTorah asher sam Moshe lifnei bnei Yisrael Torah tziva lanu Moshe marsha keilat Yaakov. Right? And every Monday, Thursday, and Sabbath, 2 people stand up and say and bear testimony as the Torah is written that this is the Torah that Moses taught us. And we believe this goes all the way back.
Yeah.
And so to say anything which in any way contradicts that testimony is touching a fundamental pillar of our entire understanding.
Yeah.
Right? That this is the tradition. This is like
There are certain coordinate beliefs I know about the Hebrew language and stuff that
I personally have stood there as a witness before more than one congregation. I was once, I had the honor, great honor, and it's an honor I will remember for the rest of my life, of when I was in yeshiva on a Shabbat morning. We went to the house of Rav Ovadia Yosef, who was one of the great sages to have lived in my life. And he actually read the Torah himself, and I got an aliyah, and I got to stand there next to him and be one of the witnesses that this is the Torah that Moses put. And I mean, we believe that there was a Torah written by Moses that was found in the temple. Right, it was his handwritten Torah, which was found, which corrected the Torahs that they had at the time.
was
Right?
that during Messiah's reform?
Yes.
Okay,
That's
the book of the
our
law of
understanding of
Okay.
of what it means that that the Torah was found, right? Because the version in Chronicles says there was a ktav yad, there was a handwritten. And the rabbinic explanation is that it was written by the hand of Moses.
Okay.
Right? And yeah, this is one of those things which, like, I have to set any you know, I will freely admit that, like, I would have no idea what to do if I had conclusive proof that this type of stuff is definitely false. I would have to change my understanding of Torah. It's not that I care that much But like as much as anything, I mean, ultimately, right? Since so to give the Protestants their due, sola scriptura, right? I think what they mean by sola scriptura is what we mean by To'eh b'devar Mishnah, which To'eh b'devar Mishnah, actually the words don't make as much sense. It means, literally, it means someone who makes a mistake in something that has been taught. But To'eh b'devar Mishnah refers to something that is clearly written in the Torah that someone is making a mistake about. And if you believe that your rabbi is To'eh b'devar Mishnah, right, you don't follow him.
Yeah.
That is the infallible rule.
Yeah.
The Torah of Moses is the infallible rule.
Right.
Right? I mean, to the point that we believe in infallibility. I mean, I had that email back and forth with you about infallibility. I have a very hard time understanding what Christians mean by infallibility.
Right. It's part of that whole other debate. Yeah.
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 But to try,
See, I would agree. See, I would agree with most of the statements you just made about the Torah. But I think some of the things like the updated place names and some of the updated language, I think would probably go beyond what at least an Orthodox Jewish person could reasonably say.
Yeah, I mean,
and I'm not going to try and argue with you and convince you of it, because what would be the point of that?
Yeah, ultimately, it's not that important personally to my faith.
Yeah.
Right. But I mean, to the degree that I understand things, there are limits to how I can explain things, and it's like I don't know what God is doing, and I don't.
Yeah.
There are certain places where I bow to the witness of the nation of Israel.
Yeah. Yeah. So for Christians, my view of the Torah is like radically conservative, but I think I'd be a little bit of a lib in Jewish circles.
In Orthodox Church.
Jewish circles, yeah. I got nothing on the Reformed. Yeah.
I have to say, even the modern Orthodox, there are definitely people in modern Orthodoxy who obviously. So when it comes down to it, there are definitely people within modern Orthodoxy who obviously have views. This is one of the things. There's a website, I think it's called TorahStudies.org or something, which they are Orthodox. They are modern Orthodox. The things on there make me like go, are you sure you can say that? Like, I don't know why you're going there, right? And modern Orthodoxy, I know for a fact there are modern Orthodox rabbis whose views are left of yours. There's no question.
Yeah.
But you're talking to somebody who is actually on the Haredi side.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So my views are, and frankly, my views of what is acceptable, there are things that come out of modern Orthodox rabbis' mouths which make me. I mean, I am very, very glad that open Orthodoxy has pretty much been completely, as far as I know, like people have closed ranks, but it was touch and go for a little bit, and open Orthodoxy was ordaining women and conducting same-sex marriages.
Yeah. So at that point, the word Orthodox is functioning in a profoundly different way.
Yeah, but I don't know what the word open means there, but it means not Orthodox.
Yeah. It's sort of like the Episcopalians. They're religious but not spiritual.
That's the Reconstructionists.
Oh, okay.
You are describing Reconstructionist Judaism to a T there.
Have I ever asked you about the whole Ezra tradition thing?
What do you mean?
With restoring the scriptures?
What do you mean?
So there was this tradition in the Second Temple period, and there's various forms of it, but they all center around Ezra.
Right.
And St. Jerome actually refers to it
Okay.
as when he's talking about the Torah in particular, but he refers to it as like one of the views that he had encountered, at least at that time. So we're talking about early 5th century AD, early 400s. So it was still around to then, at least, which is that when the Babylonians came and took the people of Judah into exile, they actually destroyed all the copies of the Hebrew scriptures.
Mm.
And then when Ezra came back, right, Ezra received a vision and perfectly reproduced all of the books exactly as they had been.
So
right? Sort of through this miracle.
Yeah.
Right. And so there's this reference St. Jerome makes where he says, whether you believe that these books have always been, or you believe that Ezra restored them, right? Right? So he had, apparently there were still some people, right, who, but I don't know if that has any currency anymore at all.
So what it sounds like to me is the entire debate over Kitav Ivri and Kitav Ashurit, right? Writing in so there's the two fonts, I would say, not different alphabets, because the Black Hebrew Israelites make the huge thing of like, oh, it's a different language.
Yeah, Yahweh. Yeah.
Lashawan Kadash, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, it is just a difference in font.
Right.
It really is.
Right. Yeah. Block letters. Yeah.
Glad you agree. There was I know there was a huge debate, and we can see the evidence of that in Qumran as well, about which font to use. And if I remember correctly, the Talmud says that it was Ezra who made one of his takanot, one of his edicts, was that the Torah should be written in Kitav Ashurit, to use the new alphabet.
Right.
And we know there were at least some people who insisted on at least writing the holy names in Hebrew.
Right.
Right.
The older alphabet. Yeah.
Yeah. To clarify for anybody listening, what we today call the Hebrew alphabet is not actually the Hebrew alphabet.
It's Aramaic block letters. Yeah.
Yes. And yeah, it gets confusing to people. So, but the only thing that makes sense to me is that it is some version of that idea.
Yeah.
But the idea that, well, let's stick with the 5 books of Moses, because frankly, it doesn't even matter. I mean, Ezra literally wrote some of the books in the rest of the Bible. So
yeah,
that matters to me not at all.
Yeah.
When it comes to the 5 books of Moses, the idea that there could be an entire generation of Jews who did not have it, and that there had to be a new revelation, miraculous revelation to Ezra, that's completely outside of it.
Usually it's cast as a punishment.
That what?
That be deprived of it was part of the punishment on the exiles. The idea being so that they would long for it, and then it's restored to them. Right.
I guess
perfectly
in that 70 years.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, I'm just saying that's how the text
Yeah.
presents it. I'm not saying it's true or accurate.
yeah, I mean,
You know, that's how it characterizes it. Is this was a bad thing? This was part of the punishment, right? That you don't have
70 years sounds like a very long time for something like that.
Yeah, that's almost 2 generations. Yeah,
Yeah, and when it comes down to it, it's, I mean, ultimately. So I think I've told you about Rabbi Safranovich here in Los Angeles.
yeah,
When it comes down to it, yes, there are several thousand Torah scrolls here in Los Angeles, but the person who knows which one is the authentic Torah scroll was, until his passing, Rabbi Safranovich. And everybody sent whenever necessary, their Torah scrolls to be checked by Rabbi Safranovich and fixed by Rabbi Safranovich. And so ultimately, the Torah scroll is the scribe who actually knows it and lives it and memorized it and went for yeah. I cannot. A lot of Jews would find it surprising I would say something like that, but I think that's more true than the idea a lot of people have, because people don't know. Like, when I get into arguments, I got into an argument with somebody about when the Masoretic text dates to, right? And he's like, it's from a year 1000.
yeah. Well, the Masura, maybe, you know.
And I said, okay, so what did Jerome translate the Bible from? And his answer was Proto-Masoretic.
That's not a different. Oh, that's not a different text. That's just the Masoretic text without the Masura. That's why they call it the Proto-Masoretic. It doesn't have.
I know that.
So it's not Masoretic.
You know that. So you might appreciate my little joke. You might not. But my response was, okay, how about instead of Proto-Masoretic, we refer to it as the pre-incarnate Logos?
Not entirely false, but anyway.
I thought so.
Yeah. But yeah, yeah, that's an unfortunate. A lot of early evangelical converts to Orthodoxy poisoned that well by bringing their weird King James only arguments with them.
I still don't understand how you can call something a Proto-Masoretic text. Like, I understand in Qumran people say there's body of texts which can be like the Great Isaiah Scroll. Okay, you want to call the Great Isaiah Scroll Proto-Masoretic?
Right, it doesn't have any Masura, so you can't call it Masoretic.
Yeah, but even beyond that, it doesn't perfectly in any real way. Like, there are significant, but there are differences between the Masoretic consonantal text and the Great Isaiah Scroll. They're minor.
Not much.
Yeah, not much, but there are. So I understand saying, okay, there's a body of
right. Well, no, I think
Masoretic consonantal texts.
Well, I think it's called Proto-Masoretic to distinguish it from other Hebrew texts.
Yeah.
That existed then, one of which is the Vorlage for like a lot of the Greek translations.
Right.
So at Qumran, they discovered 2 different Hebrew versions of Jeremiah.
Right.
One that's the Proto-Masoretic that becomes the Masoretic text. The other one basically matches the Greek Jeremiah, which is shorter and ordered differently.
Right.
So that was one of the ways they learned, oh, Greek Jeremiah isn't just a weird, bad translation of Hebrew Jeremiah. It's a different Hebrew Jeremiah that they translated into Greek. Right. And which is a whole interesting, I mean, the whole Jeremiah thing and the Paralipomenon Jeremias and all that stuff is a whole interesting thing. But what makes it especially interesting is not just that it's shorter, but that the material that's in the Greek one that's also in the Masoretic version is in a different order. Like the chapters are shuffled. And so I think
do you guys use the Septuagint? Like, do you guys use the Septuagint, the other version, or do you use the Masoretic?
Well, I mean, if you're reading it in Greek, right, you're reading that original Greek translation, not a modern Greek, right? But a lot of times you can't tell because I mean, like if we're doing a Jeremiah reading,
right,
other than how we say what chapter it is, which we don't actually announce, but like if you come to a service, we just say the reading is from Jeremiah and do the reading.
Okay.
And so in most cases you can't tell unless it's a book that. So for example, the Paralipomenon Jeremias sounds really cool. It's Greek for Jeremiah's leftovers.
Okay.
Right. Just like the other bits and pieces of Jeremiah stuff, right? So like the book of Baruch, the epistle of Jeremiah, right? But what's interesting is, like, for example, there's a reading from the book of Baruch that we do that, but when it's announced, we say the reading is from Jeremiah.
Okay.
Because the tradition is that the book we now call Baruch,
right?
That's first Baruch. There are other apocryphal second and third and fourth Baruchs, but the book we call the Book of Baruch or first Baruch that we read from, the tradition is that is the original collection of Jeremiah's prophecies that was burned.
Okay.
In the book of Jeremiah, it describes like he wrote, and then it was burned, and then he had to redo it. And so, sort of main canonical Jeremiah is the redo, right? And Baruch, which is much shorter, is said to be a surviving copy of that original version.
Yeah.
And so Baruch was his scribe, who was the one actually doing the writing down, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's just announced as a reading from Jeremiah.
Okay.
Even though it's technically from this other piece of Jeremiah-related literature.
Uh-huh.
So you can't tell. And like the same thing with the Psalms. We read a psalm, right? Yeah, if you go and look, we have it numbered differently because we follow the Greek numbering.
But you know, yeah.
Yeah. But
like ultimately, does your Bible have the longer Jeremiah or the shorter Jeremiah?
Well, it depends on which one you're looking at. So the Russian Synodal Bible used the Masoretic text.
Okay.
The Orthodox Study Bible has the Greek Jeremiah.
Okay.
Because it usually follows the Greek, the Orthodox Study Bible.
Okay.
Including what books are in it.
I thought you guys used a lot of King James Version.
For public reading, like the Antiochian Archdiocese in particular, likes the King James English better because it's more formal.
Yeah.
And for example, in our liturgical translations, if you're talking about God, we use thee and thou instead of you and your, right?
Yeah.
To sort of elevate the language.
Yeah, Koran did that with their translation, which is one of the reasons I don't like. So Koran is, Rabbi Sachs was very involved in it. It's one of the more recent Orthodox translations. And it's available for free on Safaria, and Safaria kind of defaults to it. And I hate the JPS, but Koran does the weird thing of using these and thous, and they don't. So Zion is Zion, and you know, and all of it, like Jacob is Yaakov, and like all of them, and it's like it gets very confusing when I'm reading it. I mean, it's to some extent easier for me, but it's easier for me. But then, like the Christians who are listening along, like they have no idea who Obadiah is.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, you get that. That's the weird thing with the stuff we get from the Greeks is they randomly use the Greek versions of some names and not others.
Okay.
For no clear reason, right? Like Jesus is still Jesus.
Yeah.
But Joshua is also Jesus.
Really?
Yes, Jesus, son of Navi.
That must get really.
Yes, which is just weird.
Yeah.
And they use, Elias or Elias instead of Elijah. If they would pronounce it Elias, that's actually closer to Eliyahu, right?
Yeah.
But then Elisha is Elysius in Greek.
Yeah.
And that's but Ahab and Jezebel are Ahab and Jezebel, right? But then you've got Elias and Elysius.
Yeah.
And the weirdest one though is in the New Testament where James is Yaakov.
I've heard people. I actually some of your fans call me Yaakobos.
Yeah, so it's like Peter, Yaakov, and John. You know, what? Like pick a lane, right? Like do Petros, Yaakov, Ioannis, right? Or do Peter, James, and John? Just pick a lane, guys.
It took me a long time to recognize that John is Yochanan and not Yonatan.
Yeah. Yep. Simon. St. Peter was actually Simon the Rock Bar Jonah.
Shema. Yeah. Shema.
Before Dwayne the Rock Johnson, there was Simon the Rock Bar Jonah.
Okay, it's midnight. Was there anything particular you wanted to say before I turn into a pumpkin?
Not really. Just hanging out.
It was an interesting discussion.
It had been a while since we chatted, so
it had been. Yeah.
Okay. I wanted just Kanye into buying T-shirts and then not, at least spend some time with you.
Am I gonna play? I will remind all of you who are listening to please remember the holy martyr Michael Servetus. May God avenge his blood along with all the other martyrs who have died.
To
Calvin. And who were murdered by other people.
All the victims of Calvinism.
All the victims of Calvinism and all the other bad people in the world.